that the supervisors who have been invited here today have a very, very significant role in terms of stewardship, as this team will be coming down to the companies and you are supposed to guide them. And we want to believe that you will provide that enabling environment so that there should be a connectivity between what has been learned in school and now exposing the individuals to actual and practical training that will give meaningful benefits to the individuals, to the company, as we continue to address a number of challenges. We are aware there are key challenges in the water sector, there are key challenges in the construction sector, but we believe with this skills enhancement, some of those challenges will be addressed. So we will be looking at you to be able to provide meaningful support, stewardship, and superintend the work that is going to be undertaken. I don't want to take much time, but I want to believe that those remarks are sufficient, and we believe that it is important to recognize the effort and contribution of each partner, because SDG number 17 is important, is that no single institution, no government can achieve the goal single-handedly. You need partnerships, you need collaborations, you need networking. And we are happy as water service providers to be able to collaborate with the Tvet institutions and other partners to ensure that the objects are realized. And I want to believe that care has been taken to ensure that we also observe the issue of gender mainstreaming, which is a challenge nationally. You can see they are fighting in parliament. But I think for us in the water sector, I don't know the construction industry, we are slightly ahead. And I remember when we were selecting for the water, the ratio was 17 to 18. Why don't we appreciate that? And I'm happy to see that there is a big change even in the water industry. Now, when we go outside and you ask for plumbers, you will see women coming out strongly. And I believe in the construction sector, that is also coming out, and we have seen them. So we are encouraging that. Thank you very much.
Good morning. Let's do another. My name is Daniel Mwaura. I'm representing 3F. I'm the Kenya coordinator. I'm all of you here, and I feel I'm in the right place, because this event is very, very important as part of the process. And as mentioned, the contribution of the project is incredible. So my role here is just to kind of moderate the presentations this morning, basically calling people to assigning them different roles. I want to recognize also the other partners we have in the room. There was a mention about WASPA and CAPSEC, but also we have the partners in the project. We have our union partners. I may ask you to stand up. We recognize you. We have Kotu represented there. If you can raise up your hand. That's Selina from Kotu. We have Eric from KB. We have Asa from Kuwase. Thank you very much. Let's clap for them also. Then we also have our partner, DI, in the project. We can also ask you to stand. We recognize you. We have Klaus there. Thank you. We have Millicent over there and Ibras. Thank you very much. We also have Wire, also representing Divers. Let's clap for Scholar there, representing Wire. Thank you very much. Feel at the right place. As you can see in the program, we are going to start off by listening a bit about the background of the project so that we can have our minds into the context and understand where we are coming from and where we are headed. Nita mentioned us on the way and they have just arrived. So Millicent, you can wave at us. That's Millicent, your site manager at Nita. Thank you for coming. So we are going to start off by hearing a bit about the background of the project, the partners behind it, the objectives, and also how far we are. And we are happy that myself and Charlotte are representing 3F this morning. So I'm going to invite Charlotte to tell us about that. So all the way from Denmark, let's welcome Charlotte by, yes.
Either we move this or I go like this, because this thing, yeah?
Okay, you can help.
When you're only shots, how do you do? Oh, it's okay, don't mind. Can it be slower? No? Okay, maybe I'll do like this, because I feel like it's pointing to me. Okay. All right, good morning, everyone. We hope this works. I feel like I'm sort of lost behind this here table. I don't know. Anyway, maybe it's more important what I say than the fact that you can see me. Yes, good morning, everyone, and thank you so much for this opportunity to be here and to share some brief information both about 3F, the United Federation of Workers in Denmark, and the partnerships that we are involved in here in Kenya, and the project we are working in together. 3F, the United Federation of Workers in Denmark, is the largest and strongest union in Denmark. We have around 270,000 members, with a growing number of those actually being international. About 15% of our members are from other countries. We are affiliated to the Danish Trade Union Confederation, that would be the equivalent of KOTU here in Kenya, and to 6 of the global union federations representing the 6 sectors in which we work. These are manufacturing industries, construction, transport, public and private services, catering and hospitality, and agriculture, including horticulture and forestry. In terms of the way we work on international solidarity, 3F has been working in developing unions in other countries for about 30 years. This includes countries in Latin America, in Asia, in Africa, in the Middle East, and in the Central and Eastern European countries. We work to obtain the international labor rights as set out by the International Labour Organization, ILO, and to obtain just and well-regulated labor markets with decent working and living conditions for all workers in the world. Our international programs in 3F are operated from our head office in Denmark, and through our regional office in South Asia, in Latin America, and in Africa. We work mostly through a consortium, which we call the Labour Market Consortium. This comprises of 3F, the Danish Federation of Trade Unions and Danish Industries, who are also here today. The cooperation we have is based on an understanding that to create any lasting change for workers, there needs to be a positive cooperation between all parties involved in the labor market. This pertains to employers, to unions, and of course to the government. It is through this consortium that we are also involved in the project that we are working in here in Denmark. The consortium partners were all invited to take part in developing an analysis laying the basis for the funding opportunity for this project. The then Minister of Development in Denmark invited several professionals with specific knowledge on labor market to partake in a task force. The members represented the education sector, the unions, employers, special interest organizations, all with particular knowledge related to technical and vocational skills development. And the task force was to analyze the specific challenges to job creation on the African continent. They identified a number of challenges, and amongst them were the limited access to relevant education and the scarcity of jobs, especially for young people and women. They also had the challenges of working condition and framework conditions for job creation and vocational training. And then the climate and environmental challenges were some of the key things that came from this analysis. So it became clear that if you were to have a chance of formal employment, that was directly linked to your level of education. And if we look at the ILO numbers, the majority of the uneducated workforce is employed in the informal sector, while a majority of the educated workforce is employed in the formal sector. This point led us to the thinking of the need for the just transition to move workers into the formal sector with a higher job security and more decent work conditions. When looking at Kenya, the building and water sectors are facing a growth in green investment with the potential to create a more sustainable economy. To ensure Kenyan workers contribute to this transition, they need to be upgraded in their skills to meet the new demands, and young people need to be educated and trained in relevant skills according to this. So all of this laid the background for the project that we have, and the assumption behind the project is that increasing quality in technical and vocational education and training can enhance workers' access to decent and formal jobs. These jobs have a better job security, they have better working conditions, they have better income, and thus contributing to a more sustainable economic growth, sustainable cities, infrastructure, and social equity. Do you want to put, sorry, can you put it to the slide number 3? And the next one. Yeah, thank you. The methodology of the project is based on the good experiences in the Tvet system in Denmark. You will hear more about this later on, so I'm just going to run through it real quickly, and there's a slide here just to sort of give you the visual overview. But I won't go into details, somebody else will do that today. In Denmark, the vocational education follows a dual system, where the students, after having completed their basic course, spend most of their time actually working at the companies and only coming back to the schools for a period of times throughout their cycle. The schooling periods are somewhere in between 4 and 8 weeks, depending on the length of their training cycle. The training cycles are normally from 2 to 4 years, but mostly between 3 and 4 years to complete, to have the certificate. In this system, integration of the students in the labor market after completion of their education. Can you go to the next slide? This project that we have here with all of you is named the Future-Proofing Jobs in Kenya Building and Water Industry. It's very straightforward, isn't it? We have as many as 12 partners in this project. In Denmark, this includes the earlier mentioned Labor Market Consortium, but also an organization called Diverse, which works with gender equity and diversity in the job market. In Kenya, the 12 partners include partners like KV and NITA, KV where we are today, NITA as you also know, the trade unions, the employee partners, and partners with specific knowledge on gender and equity. The project works to promote 3 things: a just green transition in construction and the water industry, a decent work agenda, and the improved gender balance and equal opportunities within these same sectors. Through the project, we expect to be able to contribute towards several things, but some of them are technical education of young people and upskilling of workers, skills-enhancing internships that are relevant in the companies, cooperation between unions, technical institutions, and employers, specifically in relation to the development of curricula, a Tvet curriculum supporting a green and just transition to the labor markets, and the establishment of a network of young female workers to attract and support retention of women in the sectors we work in. Can you go to the next slide? Now, this project, as everyone else in the world, has had to deal with the consequences of COVID. But despite this, we have actually managed to build our partnerships across the TTIs, the unions, and the employers. This has led to what we refer to as increased social dialogue, where all partners actually engage to discuss the most appropriate ways forward for the Tvet system. At this point, this has resulted in the agreement of a pilot curriculum in KV and NITA for subjects within carpentry, electricians, industrial attachment, masonry, plumbing, pipe fitting, and water waste management. So it's quite extensive. The curriculum adjustment process was initiated through a skills gap analysis conducted by the project and inviting all stakeholders from the different sectors to give their inputs through consultations. It is based on these inputs that this curriculum has been developed to ensure that there's alignment between the needs among the employers and what is actually taught at the institutions. After this agreement, the schools have been able to open for student registration in the classes, and we had hoped and expected that there would be an interest in this. But the number of applicants was so much higher than we could have ever expected. So the committee approving all of this really had some hard work to do, which we really appreciate. We only have spots for about 420 students, but we had over 10,000 young people and workers applying for the spots. Hopefully a number of these can be successful in our next round of intake, which comes in the middle of 2023. So this brings us to today, where we are. We are here in KV, which is one of our technical institution partners. They have over 200 students now registered in their classes here. Half of these, as Leonard was also saying, are women, and they are all taking classes within the updated curriculum that we have. So the next things that we are looking at is, of course, retaining all of these students, also the women, throughout the full of the courses, getting good placements at the companies. This is where you all come in. And yeah, so that they have this chance to sort of build further in learning-based internships. So we are very excited about this process and progress in the project, and we are very excited to follow the students through this and hopefully see a great number of them being very well integrated in the labor market after they complete their training and their internships. Thank you very much for your attention. I will leave the floor to Daniel.
Thank you, Charlotte. A better clap for her. Asante sana. So we wanted to shorten and try to catch up with time, and it seems like we are doing well so far, so good. Moving forward, I'm now going to invite Nibras also from Denmark, who is going also to set the context for the workshop that we have this morning, and of course, guide us on how we are going to go about it. So, feel welcome. Let's give her a clap also as she comes over.
Thank you so much. I will allow myself to take this out and stand here in front of you because, can you move to the next slide, please? Yes. Very short. My name is Nebras Aziz, and thank you, Daniel. Thank you, Charlotte, from 3F, our great partners in the world and in Denmark, especially. My name is Nebras Aziz, and I'm representing the Confederation of Danish Industry. I'm based in Copenhagen. But we have our regional office where Klaus is represented and Millicent is represented. So we do a lot we have great cooperation with everyone here in the room. And before the aim of me being here is to talk a little bit about the Danish experience when it comes to apprenticeships, when it comes to collaboration between training institutions and companies and unions, to give you some inspiration, and so we can have a dialogue on what could possibly be implemented and integrated in the Kenyan context. But before we do that, because you've already said a lot, you've said it a lot and listened a lot to us, I want to engage all of you here in the room. Because the aim of us being here today is to have a dialogue, and a dialogue on what can we do to strengthen the whole apprenticeship process in a Kenyan context. And by apprenticeship process, I mean, what can we do to strengthen the collaboration and fill the gaps that currently perhaps exist between the trainee, the training institutions, and the companies? How can we make the transition better? How can we ensure that the students who go through apprenticeships get employed at the companies, that they get on board in a good way, in the best way possible? But before we can do that, we need your inputs, because you are representing the reality we work in. So, what I want you to do is, in front of you have notebooks, you have pens, and I want us to discuss, I want to hear from your side, what are the current barriers and challenges that you face in the apprenticeship process? And again, in the audience, we have company representatives, we have from the unions, we have from the employer side. I want everyone to participate. And it's just important to say that this is a friendly dialogue. So it's okay to point fingers at each other. We want to be open-minded because we want to find solutions today and perhaps look at what can we do in order to take the next steps together. So, if you can mention 1 to 3 challenges your company, training institution, union, employer organization face when it comes to the apprenticeship process. And I will give you a few minutes to do that, and then we will have a round where we can hear all of your inputs. So, feel free to be critical, be open about it, and I'm sure we'll have a great discussion. So, give you a few minutes from now. Thank you. Okay, seems like people are slowly done writing. Otherwise, you can just continue while we can start the discussion. So, when you present, I would like you So I guess by gender imbalance, you mean the lack of females, perhaps, in the... Yes, lack of female students. Yes? I'd like to hear yours.
Thank you. Yeah, my name is Eric Kanyi. I work for Kenya Building and Construction Workers Union. I am the education coordinator. What we have faced as a union in terms of placing these internships at the places of work, one of them is unfair remuneration. Another is unclear job description. This is in a way that a person who was to be employed as a carpenter, a plumber, is employed in kitchen or is placed in kitchen. The other thing is, like my brother here, Eric, has said, gender imbalance. You'll go to a construction site and as already you've been told that this is not place for women because the work is demanding and they need a person who is have muscles or physically fit. The other thing is lack of provisions of protective gears and clothing. Yeah, I think that's one. Those are those that I've picked. Thank you.
Hello? Yes. Great points. Thank you so much. And that was, I mean, from what I could hear, it was related to the companies, on the company side, that the lack of clear description could make some of the apprentices end up in places where they're actually not supposed to practice or where they can't practice their theoretical knowledge. So I would really love to hear some inputs from the company side, because this is, I mean, I guess the challenges are very, I mean, you have a lot of challenges on different sides. So I would like to hear any of the company representatives here today. Yes, here.
Okay, my name is Eliud Barasa from construction industry, that is JSHAM Limited. Okay, from the company side, the major challenge we face is on resources for training the apprenticeship. You know, because allocating them resources when they don't have that much experience, we fear the wasting of the resources. So that is the major challenge that we faced. And then another thing, we are not sure who to provide insurance for them when they're on work. So these are the challenges we face.
Can I ask a follow-up question? When you say resources and that is it also due to the fact that you are not aware of, when you get the apprenticeship, you don't really know what they can do, you don't know what they have learned? Is it why you are maybe a bit hesitant to let them stand next to expensive machines, or could that be also a reason why?
Yeah, we don't know whether they have good knowledge to handle a particular machine or materials while installing, so we fear waste. Yeah.
So what I hear you saying is also a lack of communication maybe between you, the company, and the training institution.
Yes, that one should be identified so that we have clear communication. We know very well what this guy can do, and so that if we allocate the person the materials, we are sure we are not going to get a lot of waste from the same.
Thank you so much. I would like to, yes, please.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Kawira Njogu. I'm from Builder. So we straddle between the employers and basically we are trainers. We train and then we place women in the industry, but we do more than that. And I'd just like to add to what the team members have said. I definitely concur with what they've already said, but additional challenges would be structures in place to support the process. So structures such as, for when we're talking about gender integration, facilities such as washrooms, separate washrooms for men and women, just to create those boundaries and to offer more dignified spaces to work, because you find some of these environments are not very conducive. The other one is reporting structures, so that when the apprentice actually gets into the workplace, having the ability to understand who should they report to. What's the direct reporting line? What's the next reporting line if the first one fails, in case of seeking further advice on the tasks they are doing, or even reporting on challenges. So the others, but I'd say the team has captured the rest.
Thank you so much. Can I also just ask a follow-up question? When you say reporting, it's both on the training institution side, but also on the company side. So is it like mutual reporting to each other, informing each other about what's going on, the process, feedback?
Yes, actually I would say it's both ways. Reporting back to the training institution, because for instance with us as BuildHer, we work very closely with the construction sector. So data is very important. So collecting data from the industry, understanding what the challenges are so that we can know how to fine-tune things, and even celebrating the successes. But things such as the gender bias comes into play, the obstacles, so that sometimes even the nature of the feedback is imbalanced, so to speak. But then also on the employer side, in terms of the apprentice while on site working, being able just to understand the clear communication channels in case they need support. Yeah.
Good point. So feedback is in general. Thank you.
Thank you very much. My name is Millicent. I work with NITA, training institution. So the key challenge we face as a training institution that also regulates industrial training in the country is that according to Industrial Training Act, apprenticeship is a dual learning. So there should be industry and then the training institution. The apprentice is given a contract that is supposed to be managed within the minimum wage bill or minimum wage within the country. So when employers do not declare these opportunities for apprenticeship for fear of ballooning wage bill, then we remain at the other side with the trainees without now the other end for the employer taking them on board. And we know that according to the Industrial Training Act, again, employers are supposed to get tax rebate when they engage the apprentices. And the formal period should be at least 6 months. And this apprentice is on minimum wage. They do their work at the industry, then come back to the institution and do what they need to do in terms of learning. So when employers feel that they do not have chances, do not have vacancies to declare to the trainees, then apprenticeship cannot take place. But where we're coming from NITA in the 80s and 90s, there are those industries that engage apprentices, and now they are near retirement right now. I believe even at KU, even at NITA, we have them. They're saying that they are the best product from the training institutions because they are fully baked. So we need to find a way to get back there. But the two parties must be very ready to work together. That is the industry and the training institution. Number two, another challenge that we face is the content of training. When training institutions, the curriculum that is put together to train the young people is not speaking to what the industry is doing, then there will be a gap. So we find that we processing a trainee to get into the industry, and then the employer feels like there's something that is amiss. So there should be that close dialogue to involve the industry when developing or reviewing a curriculum, so that they give input on the emerging skill areas, the developing areas, so that when the curriculum is ready for delivery at the institution, then it's watertight and speaks to the need of the industry. So we are trying to work with the sector training committees within NITA to involve the industry, but again, still, the commitment from the side of the industry is still weak. Sometimes we have representation when we have the sittings together to review the curriculum. They nominate people from their sectors, they do not show up, so the process has to go on because at the far end we have to keep training, and there's a calendar every year. We have January intake, May intake, September intake. So if the curriculum, the industry is not ready, somehow the curriculum will be developed or reviewed. So that is a challenge, and I believe the industry will work closely with the training institutions to inform the content of the training. Thank you.
Thank you so much. That was very directly targeting the companies, which I think is really interesting, and I hope that some of you who are here today maybe would like to address this, both address the knowledge sharing when it comes to curricular development, engaging directly with the training institutions, but also this whole setup regarding the contracts with the apprentices. So I would like to hear the other side, having more companies addressing the barriers and challenges they face, maybe for the other side. Yes? Oh, yeah. I'm losing track of the microphones. Thank you.
Thank you. My name is Paul, coming from Kenya Association of Building and Civil Engineering Contractors, CAPSEC. So basically we are one of the major employers in the construction industry. So one of the challenges we experience is there is a mismatch between the qualifications of the student and what the skills they have. Maybe a student is coming on a grade 1 certificate, but they are not even able to recognize the tools that they are presented with.
That's a very valid point. Thank you so much. Are there other companies, maybe some of you, the supervisors who are here, some of you who work directly with their apprentices, would like to hear some of the challenges? Yes? Thank you.
Thank you. My name is Isaac Mutua. From Mandir Construction, a member of COPSEC. Often we get students, and one of the biggest challenges is inadequate training of students, especially on products, new products in the market. Number 2, lack of interest to learn from the industry. And then number 3 is lack of supervision by the college tutors. They don't come to see whether what we are giving to their students is what they expect. Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much. So again, what I'm hearing you saying is maybe their employability, their commitment when they're on site is something you feel lacking, and also again the feedback structure from the training institution sides. Anyone who would like to comment on that, or who have additional challenges in yes? Yeah.
Just to comment on what the colleague from CAPSEC has said, the issue of the skills discourse, the skills mismatch. I think that is also a challenge from the union side, because perhaps we had this discussion and we were thinking, is it perhaps time we started talking of a skills market as opposed to a labor market? Because if you look at the labor market, especially in Kenya, and this is a phenomena that is global, it is a skills-driven market. So if what the academia institutions are producing, if what the Tvet institutions are producing in terms of, the future workforce is what we call half-baked, then we will have a skills mismatch. And I'll give an example that I like quoting. If you look at Toyota, they would prefer hiring a mechanic from, it's called Globe Roundabout, who does not even have a certification, as opposed to hiring a mechatronics engineer from University of Nairobi. Because if you look at what the equipment that these mechatronic engineer students are using, they're outdated. They've not even interacted with a hybrid engine, not even to mention the other up-to-date equipment. Vis-a-vis this mechanic from Globe Roundabout, who is constantly interacting, with up-to-date equipment in that, in that sector, then that takes us to the other point. Is it perhaps time we invested in recognition of prior learning for this, for these mechanics and any other person who does not have a certification but has up-to-date skills? Is it perhaps times we have a social dialogue around the issue of recognition of prior learning?
Interesting points. I can see a hand being raised over here.
My name is Asa Achola. I want to talk about two issues as a
Sorry,
major
who are you representing?
A union?
Yes.
Kwase.
Yes, thank you.
Now, I want to talk briefly about our experience as a union, and I want to focus on two things. I want to focus on our relationship with the employer, and I also want to focus on the preparedness of the learners, the students. One challenge I noted that during the process of selection and recruitment, majority of the learners are not prepared for the long haul, as in going back to class, sitting a whole day and learning. I term that they are hit by what we call millennial bug, the microwave kind of lifestyle. They want it very fast, on the move. So that has been a very major challenge. And then there is also the culture. I would call it culture of practice that I think many are now used to going for very short time kind of learning, as in 2 days, 3 days conference, and then you're back. So when you tell somebody, they will be interested at the initial stages, they will be very interested. When they realize that it's going to take like so many months, then they back out. And then again is about the policies that perhaps are protecting the same learners at the workplace. There's a major mismatch, and I think it varies between company to company, whereby, for example, as a beneficiary of a training program, you realize the human resource policies, somehow will put conditions that will either you make a choice, you want to go for study or you want to retain your job. One is, if you go, then you resign. So when you come back, you're not assured whether you are going to get back your job. So that again discourages the beneficiaries. So at the last minute, they back out because they realize if I go and lose my job, I lose my livelihood. So that's a major challenge. So I think there is a need of improved coordination between the employers, the dialogue partners in total. Then in summary, there is also what I think is still taking shape, but not so much, the big brother, the small brother kind of relationship, where someone or maybe a body feels I'm the best to talk about this, you are relegated to the second. So that again brings sort of confusion when it comes to discussing matters on the table. So I say then, like our partners must say there, the issues of structures, coordination structures, communication structures. There's a need to know, as a role, as a partner, where do I end when it comes to dealing with a worker who is my member? And at what level is this worker, the employee, is responsible? Because we face challenges when it came to selection, where the employer feels they have a better position to actually tell us on how we can select our members. While we also feel that our members are members of the union, and they are many, also we also have our way of making sure that they benefit. So there is that kind of conflict, that how did you select your people? Some kind of, we need to harmonize our relationships on this dialogue platform. That's what I would say.
Thank you so much. What I hear from the last two comments is we have something on the training institution sides, the equipment staying updated. When do we start speeding up when it comes to that in order to make the companies actually wanting to hire graduates instead of those mechanics at roundabouts, for example? And on the other side, I also hear comments directed to the companies in both the structure, the communication, also the collaboration with the unions. So very good points. Any comments to these specific two comments we just had here? Because I think they're very, very interesting, valid points. Yes?
Thanks so much. I think for me what to really clarify on is all of these students, you'll find they have a vague plan as far as their career is concerned. So you'll find none of them or very few of them have a structure of how their career path or their career development looks like. So you'll find they're either plugging into a course because either mommy said or daddy said, or because it has money. And that brings a lot of conflict. And so when we link with what is happening in the training institution, when they go to the marketplace, they are not eager, they are not enthusiastic about learning more. Because there's what is taught in the training institution, but there's also what is self-taught. And as far as even exposing themselves, whether it is online or whichever channel you really want to use. And then when they get to identify that, or rather when they have even someone getting to guide them, he's talked about the big brother. Yes. The big brother is the people who are going to help them to mentor. Mm-hmm. By the time you become a doctor, I'm sure Dr. can attest, you've passed so many supervisors who show you the way and who show you the do's and don'ts. So you'll find they don't have people who are like this, because the people in the same sector, they're feeling that they're competitors. They are people who are threatened to come and actually take their jobs. So it's better for them not to even show them or mentor them in any of this. So I think now creating that harmony from the training institution to the job place through the apprenticeship, and getting to know that they're just adding, they are just an addition to the skill set as far as the industry is concerned. Thank you.
So basically about highlighting the value of having apprentices and adding additional skills to the company. But also, again, I keep hearing that, the structure, the clarity, the plan, because as you said, millennials and their need of knowing what is going to happen, otherwise they'll get bored, the commitment will decrease. So I keep hearing that actually from both sides, both the comments that's targeting the training institutions, but also those for the employer side, that communication, I hear this as a main challenge and structure. I'd like to hear someone else, maybe some of those who haven't said anything yet, if you would like to tip in. Could also be personal experience from your company's side or training institution side. Yes?
Susu from Madeira Water and Sanitation Company. Most of the things that are highlighted have been talked about, and especially on the mentorship program, where you find that some of these students come over, especially maybe for attachment or for internship, but you realize that they have come, but
do you recognize this? Like, do you hear this feedback from your students that when going to the companies, they maybe not feel well equipped? Or is there any maybe personal experience from your training institutions on what have been done to face this challenge, if you agree with it? Any of Kerry representatives, Nita, others who have an opinion about this?
Okay, from Nita's experience, when we get talking to our trainees, we call us trainees, not students, especially when they go on attachment. This is the mandatory part of the coursework that they need to do for 3 months. Then they come and continue their training. Is that when they get to the industry, probably they've just done a few months, 3 months, 6 months in the institution. They are attached to a supervisor at the industry. But they're told to watch what's happening because the industry is not very comfortable, them handling the equipment or the tools, because they would be spoiled or they're slowing the pace of work. So by the time they start interacting with the equipment, the tools and the machines for those ones in the production lines, the 3 months time is over. So it's better for those ones who done with their training, they have done their grading, probably grade 3, 2 or 1. The employer knows that a grade 3 is able to do ABCD, but on attachment, they are seeing like you need to watch what's happening. So that is not really helping, because when we send the students on attachment or trainees on attachment, they need to feel what happens at the workplace. They put to practice the theories they've been seeing. Probably they have been seeing the tools on theoretical or books. They're not available in the training workshops, or if they're available, they're training dummies. So, or models. So when they get to the employer and they're not able to interact with these tools because they'll spoil them, then we also now are not helping the students much. So if they can be assisted to work with the tools or be given a chance to interact with them under supervision, actually it's expected that they do that under supervision, then we'll be having a proper making of these people, so that when they come back to the institution, they'll be able to progress to the other levels. So again, that fear of them spoiling or breaking or damaging the equipment, tools or machines, that is what happens. But some of them also, we get good employers who are attaching them to the supervisors, and they get doing, and they come back very energetic and more proficient in their skill areas.
So what I hear you saying is also the responsibility given from the company side is maybe not efficient enough, because then and maybe that could also be a demotivating factor for the trainee. And then that is a very interesting point also here for some of the supervisors. Do you recognize this? I think it was said actually before by a former company today, but do you recognize this may be sometimes I think maybe fear of giving too much responsibility to the trainee? Is it something you can recognize? Are they really just standing watching, or how do you deal with them? And maybe also another additional question: are there different kinds of trainees? Do you also, maybe those who are of an older age, do you experience differences in commitment and actually willingness to work from different kinds of trainees? So I'd like to hear some of the supervisors who are here. Is it something you recognize?
It is true, there are some who come to the company and they are really motivated to do their work. So we don't just say that all of them have got a problem, but you realize that there are some who really understand. Not just they don't understand what they're supposed to do, especially, but you guide them through. But because of the passion that they have for that work, or the passion they have for their career, you find that they are doing very well. Yeah.
But do you also recognize the fact that you, as company supervisors, you can maybe sometimes be more, how can you say, not so willing to give out too much responsibility, making them watch a lot instead of engaging with them? What is your experience?
Of course, like if you're working with them, they have supposed to be under somebody, not just leaving them alone, because maybe they could be handling. Let me use an example. Like we have a meter bench in our place, so you cannot just give an attaché to go and do some testing in the lab. So you need to give him or her somebody who is supposed to guide him and train him what is supposed to be done, because anything done wrongly, it will affect the company. Sure.
And do maybe some of the companies here feel is it challenging for you maybe to have a mentor or a supervisor? Because of course that is what would be in an ideal context, as Millicent mentioned before, that there is someone who's with the student who actually engaged with them in order for them to actually use their their theoretical knowledge in practice. Is it an internal challenge you have in the companies to actually provide mentors or supervisors, or have someone who can be with the trainee throughout the process?
Let me use an example. Like in my place, when we have different sections and areas of practice. So like we have the production, we have the non-revenue section, we have the operation section, sewerage, and sanitation section. So what we do with the trainees when they come, we assign them to all those sections. They have to, we ensure that they go through all those sections. So for 1 week, they go maybe for production. We assign them another supervisor to guide them maybe through this other section, so that we ensure after 3 months, they are able to go through the whole company system.
Okay. Yeah. Thank you so much. I intentionally did not ask about solutions, because that is something we will discuss later today. Now we will have our first tea break. We've noted down all of the challenges and barriers from both sides, and all the great comments you came with, because we will discuss them again. We will have a break of 15 minutes. So 10:45 we will be back here in the room. You have, there's tea and light snacks for you. And then after the break, I will talk a bit about the Danish Tvet experience. So, see you in a bit. Thank you. And thank you for your great inputs. of the vet programs that we offer in Denmark. So, about that, can we move on to the next slide? Yes, perfect. So, the whole aim of giving you a small snapshot or a short snapshot of the Danish apprenticeship model is actually for us maybe to get some sort of inspiration on what can we take out from the Danish model and perhaps integrate in a Kenyan context. Because the approach is not that Kenya should be like Denmark, not at all. There's something that works in Denmark and there's some things that works here. But we would like to use it as a platform for a dialogue on what we can do in the Kenyan context to strengthen the cooperation and fill the gaps. So next slide. Okay, first of all, why do we often use, in an international context, we often use the Danish apprenticeship model as a success story or as a success model? First of all, our system is based on duality, which makes the bridge strong between the institutions and the training institutions and employers. And this has resulted in low unemployment among the youth in Denmark. We base our educations on learning outcomes. We use learning outcomes as a tool. And I will talk about learning outcomes later, but it basically focuses more on what the student can do instead of what the student have been taught throughout the program. Because focusing on learning outcomes makes the programs basically match the needs of the labor market. The good thing also about the system is that because we have the duality, because we have the social partners very engaged in setting the programs and designing the programs, our companies can basically train their future employees. They can mold them from the beginning. So it's not just CSR for CSR reasons that they take in apprentices. It's actually because it's a way, they see it as a great opportunity to train and mold their future employees. We use the training both for young people and adults for upskilling. Our upskilling programs are very used, very efficient. And we have a flexible, agile system that quickly can adapt to new technologies and new changes in praxis. Again, due to the involvement of social partners. But it is not a fairy tale story all the way. In Denmark, we also face problems with convincing the young people to apply for Tvet educations, Tvet programs instead of higher education. Attracting them to these programs is a bit difficult still. It's a struggle we have, and that is also based on the image and attractiveness. And we know this is a struggle for all. An analysis has showed that in 2030 we will have a shortage of 100,000 skilled workers, mostly in the public sector, and that is a problem if we can't attract more people, more young people to the Tvet system. So it's just to highlight that it's not a perfect model. We still have things to work on, but it's built. It has a great, strong fundament. Next slide, please. So, next slide again, just to talk about the apprenticeship model and also mostly actually about the vocational system. In Denmark, we offer more than 100 types of vocational education that then can lead to a number of specializations. And the durations of the program is usually the shortest one is 2 years, and we have a few long ones of 6 years. That is flight mechanics, for example. But most of them, they last 3.5 to 4 years. So as you can see, it's also very long programs, but a very small part of it is actually happening in the training. Most of it is on the company side. So in Denmark, our social partners, they have a considerable influence and a great responsibility for the whole vet system. Sometimes we actually say that they own the vet system in Denmark, and I will explain to you later why. And each education program consists of a basic program that everyone needs to go through, where you are only located training institutions, and then afterwards you move on to the main program, where you have the dual system happening. The Tvet programs, they will directly qualify the graduates as skilled workers. So after completing your 9 years of school, you can enter a Tvet program, and actually when graduating, then you will be considered a skilled worker and ready to enter the labor market. When they're entering the dual part, they get paid, and these wages are defined in the collective bargaining agreement, again by social partners. So the social partners also decide in cooperation together what the salary for the apprenticeship should be. So next slide. Yes. So who does what in our system? Very short, I'm not going to bore you too much with this model, but we have, of course, the Ministry of Education, like in many cases, but the Ministry of Education actually plays a minor role when it comes to the content of the VET programs. What they do is that they approve for the legality of the learning outcomes, they approve the creation and termination of the programs, and they approve the colleges for the program. So they're actually, what they're doing is a lot of approving. And they, of course, also update the learning outcomes for the basic course, not for the main course. Then when you go down and you look at the skills councils part, what we usually call, the sector skills councils, which consists of partners, these are the ones who approves and they approve the companies for the apprenticeships, first of all, but they also update their learning outcomes, they make the learning outcomes, they conduct the final exam, and they are actually the one who issues the certificate, and they also create and terminate the programs. They develop the curricula as well, update the curricula, of course, together with the schools. But as you can see, most of the content of the education or the VET programs are actually determined by the Sector Skills Council. And in the Sector Skills Council, you have union represented, employers represented, and they work on 3 different levels. On the national level, it's employers, employer organizations, the unions. The sectorial level, then you have trade committees that are specialized in sectors. So you have the one for metal, for electricians, and then you have local boards on each training institutions where you have companies and unions represented as well. So you can see it's a chain, but all the way you will have the social partners represented. What the school is responsible for is, of course, they train on the basic course, and they also do some parts of the training for the main course, for the main program. They are actually also responsible for matching the student with a company for apprenticeship. They help and assist them with that. And then they apply for MOEs. If they want to offer new programs, then they will apply for the programs that will then get approved by the other actors. So, next one, please. This, Charlotte showed this model just before, and I'm, again, not going to talk too much about it, but what you can see is you have the basic 1 program is for those who start at a very young age. So those who start 16 will actually go through 2 basic programs. But those who start later will go through only the basic 2, which is only 20 weeks. And then after 20 weeks, they will go through an exam, where they will be examined in the learning outcomes that is set for the course. Then they go to, depending on if they got an apprenticeship agreement, they will go to the company. They will go, you can see the green part, back to college, then the company, back to college, the company, and then final exam at the college that will be examined actually by both the company where they are attached and the college. We also have another model, because in Denmark we have education guarantee when it comes to the vocational education system, which means if you can't find a company where you can get attached, you actually have the opportunity to do apprentices period at the institution, because we have workshop facilities at the institution. So this is where you do that until, the aim is still that you need to go for attachment, but it can perhaps happen at a later period. That is what's called apprenticeship center. And then you have, the last model is not the most common one, but you have some people coming from work, actually starting at the company, then doing the basic course, and then continuing the dual system. Yes. Next slide, please. Here I'm just giving you examples of some of the programs we offer. if we look at a blacksmith, the blacksmith program, the program is 4 years and 6 months. And as you can see, the green part where they will be at the training institution. And this will only be at the training institution. You will have the light blue work, and then back to the training institution work. You can see, this is just to actually show you and highlight to you that the part in the training institution is so short. And what we usually say in Denmark is that the responsibility of training the student is actually divided between the companies and the training institution, which means that half of the education is actually happening, more than half you can see is happening at the company. And that means when the company gets the student, they're not expecting them to know everything, because they know that a part of the education, the part of their knowledge or learnings will be within their own company side. So in Denmark, when graduates actually, or when the trainees actually graduate, they don't say, I graduated from, let's say, Nita. They would say, I graduated from Shah Timber, which is a company. Because there is some pride connected to the fact that you're graduating actually both from a company and from a training institution. Next one. So to tell you about, I made a illustration of what is the procedure from day one to the last day. It's very simplified. There are much more details in this, but I will show it to you. You have the student or the trainee, as we call them, who will then, of course, apply. Sorry. Who will then apply for a program. Here it's industrial operator. So they apply, they get in. Next one. Then at the training institutions, you have, in Danish context, you would have something called an apprenticeship consultant. Continue. The role of the apprenticeship consultant is to reach out to companies. And they're doing that for two reasons. First of all, they reach out to companies just to create a good relationship to them, to hear their needs. So when they reach out to a company, instead of only saying, hey, I have 5 students, would you like to take some of them? Their approach is also going to the company and listening to them. What current needs do you have for upskilling? What are the latest trends in your company? What would you like us to help you with? And then at the same time, they match the students that they have. However, the companies that takes apprentices needs to be certified by the sector skills councils. And to be certified as a company requires a few things. One of the requirements is you cannot be a too specialized company. Let's say if you are a printing company and you only produce stairs, then you cannot, I don't think you would be able to get certified for taking in apprentices, because as mentioned before, an apprentice need to know, they come with a lot of broad theoretical knowledge that they need to test out within different fields and different disciplines of carpentry. So if they can only work on stairs, then they would not test out all the knowledge. So one of the requirements is not too specialized. Another requirement is that you need to be able to have a supervisor or mentor that can take care of the apprentices. However, in some cases, the apprenticeship consultants can approach companies that are not certified, but then they will help them with that. So they assist them. Okay, when apprenticeship consultant presents a student, I have Nibras, which is me. Nibras, she just finished, she's actually just attended this course, she just applied for this course. Would you be interested in taking her in for attachment? Next one. What happens then is, if the company is interested in Nibras's profile, in my profile, they will take me in for a job interview. And they will first, of course, see my CV that is presented by the apprenticeship consultant, but they will not accept me to go for an apprenticeship before they have interviewed me. So the whole setup for apprenticeship is actually like a normal job setup. You will be interviewed, and at the interview, I will be asked, so what are my ambitions? What do I want to do? What are my qualifications? The program? What have I learned so far? What are their expectations? What are my expectations? And at this interview, the apprenticeship consultant will also be present. So the next step. If the company then finds me suitable for attachment, we will sign an agreement. It's called an apprenticeship agreement.
And the form of the apprenticeship agreement is actually determined by the Ministry of Education. There is a specific form that includes all the details of the tasks that I will do at the company, what is expected for me, how long the duration at the company will be, how many weeks I will be at the school, at the training institutions, and at the company. So it is very detailed. And all the companies needs to sign an apprenticeship agreement before they can take in the apprenticeship. So this is a contract simply set up actually by the Ministry of Education. However, the salary is not negotiated because the salary is already determined by through the bargaining agreement of the social partners. So that is not up for discussion. The next one. After signing the agreement, and it's just important to notice here that the agreement can actually be signed maybe 3 months before I would start the apprenticeship process. It's not a week before. It is often, actually you do it in good time, because then the student would have the opportunity to start identifying with the company, and it is often something that needs to be in place in good time. Another thing is, before the student can actually transition from the training institution to the company, they need to pass an exam, which is examining them in the learning outcomes, but I will come back to that. So can you also just tap twice? Yes, the duration process will then start, again? Yes, so I'll sign the agreement. Now I'm starting the dual process, starting at the company for some time, back to education, back to the company. And so it goes on until I will go to my final exam, which will be examined both by the company and by the training institution. I'll get my certificate. The last one. Yeah. So again, a very simple model. There are much more details in this, but it's just to show you how involved and how involved the Sector Skills Council are in this whole process, but also the fact that the students or the trainees are picked by the companies. They are not just delivered through a CV, they're actually handpicked. So the companies, when they get them, they know who am I dealing with? What does this student know? And in the contract, we determine the process, what's going to go on, in order for them to have a future perspective of what is my process going to look like for the next 2 years' time or 3 years' time. Yes, continue. Okay, going back to the salaries. What the setup in Denmark is that the companies, they get economic subsidies for having apprentices. And it's because we have a unique model in Denmark. We have a Tvet, or a vocational education fund. And what we do is, every company in Denmark who has full-time employers needs to contribute to this fund, regardless if they have apprenticeships or they don't offer apprenticeships. It's a common duty for all companies. What they do is, they will pay for each full-time employee, they will pay what equals around $340 per year. They will contribute. It's a kind of a tax, actually, a company tax that they will contribute with that goes directly to this fund. And when you get your apprenticeship, you will get a reimbursement around 80%. You'll get maybe 90% of it covered. In some cases, 100%. So maybe in some cases the company will say, well, why do I have to pay this much? But on the other hand, they actually get all of it, almost all of it covered by the end. So it's a win-win situation. And in Denmark, it's a collective system. So it's for everyone, everyone contributes to this. And again, the salaries are determined through the collective agreements, the bargaining agreement. And the Tvet fund is actually self-owned. It's not owned by the government. It's not owned by the Ministry of Education. It's an independent fund, of course approved, but not owned by these institutions. So that makes the model unique. So it doesn't become a burden as such for the companies. Yes, next slide. So I've talked a bit about learning outcomes. And learning outcomes, again, what differs the learning outcomes from the traditional curriculum is, when you talk about traditional curriculum, you usually talk about what is the teacher or the trainer going to teach the student. So they will be taught in this discipline and this discipline and this discipline. But the curricula, the traditional curricula, does not say anything about then what can the student actually do when they have graduated. It only says something about what do they know. When you focus on learning outcomes instead, learning outcomes are statements of what the individual learner knows and is able to do and understand following completion of a learning process. And if you move on to the next slide, I've given you some examples of learning outcomes. So this is an example from the learning outcomes described for the Industrial Operator Program. So the learning outcome here translated is, 1, the student can, in a known situation, participate in preparation, startup, operation, and closure of machines and equipment, and under guidance, contribute to repair and maintain in cooperation with others. It's important to, the reason why I've highlighted that in a known situation and under guidance is because the learning outcomes is what they know, what they can do after the basic course. They still haven't went to a company, but this is what the companies get access to when they attach the students. They know that they can do this in a known situation and under guidance. The second one is the student can actively participate in common planning, coordination of operated tasks and production flow, as well as connected tasks with storage and logistics. So these are the ones, the learning outcomes, these are the ones you will be tested in for your exams. For when transitioning from the basic course to the main program, you'll have an exam, but you will have an exam in your learning outcomes. You will be tested at the workshop at schools. Can you do this? Can you do this in a known situation and under guidance and in cooperation with others? So it's just to highlight the importance of focusing on learning outcomes, maybe perhaps more than traditional curricula, or at least this is what works in Denmark. Next one, please. So now I want to, that was like the general about our Tvet system. Looking at what we as DI, not only as DI, but in general, in the conversation regarding Tvet or vocational education in Denmark, what we talk about when we talk about maybe some of the concerns from the company's side, it is, and what we can also advise them with as employer organizations in Denmark, it is maybe having them understand what does it mean to have an apprenticeship? What are the rules regarding when having an apprenticeship? Where do I find them? How do I onboard them? How do I cooperate with the vocational schools? And then also, how can I use websites and social media to be present, to make myself attractive as a company? Because that's something that's on our side from as DI, is assisting our members. How can you make yourself attractive as a company? How can you make apprenticeship actually wanting to apply for a position at your place? It's not just expect them that they will come, oh, I'm a company, then of course they would like to be employed or attached on my side. The next one. So regarding the institution, some of the discussions are, oh, just back one more. Some of these discussions are, how do we reach out to the companies? How do we ensure that the students or the trainees are well prepared for attachment? How do we ensure alignment of expectations with the companies? And how do we ensure good communication with the companies before, after, and during the apprenticeship process? And how to make companies approach us as training institutions and engage with us. So that is some of the discussions we also have in Denmark, and also some of those I could hear from the workshop we just had before. So the next one. So I wanted this workshop to be a bit practical. So we could talk about, again, specific tools we advise the Danish companies and Danish training institutions to use when it comes to these matters. The next one. On the company side, what we usually discuss with our members, what we advise them to do in order for them to be a better, let's say, a good example of an employer that takes an apprenticeship. It is to focus on pre-boarding, onboarding, identity, reaching out to schools and institutions, being proactive instead of just expecting them to come to us, and use platforms such as an apprenticeship website, I will talk about later, and social media to be visual for the trainees or the students. The next one. So when we talk about pre-boarding, what does pre-boarding mean? As I told you, in the Danish context, the students or the trainees apply for apprenticeship or attachment. They make the agreement ahead, a time away before they actually start. So it can happen 3 months before, 6 months before. But in this period, some of the Danish companies can actually be concerned of losing the interest of the apprenticee. So how do we stay the apprenticee or the students interested in coming to us? Because there is a gap of time. Say if I am going to my attachment in 6 months, what can the company do to make sure I still want to go there? What can they do to make sure I'm still committed for my attachment period? So what we do is we advise them to, or the companies, they do, they have initiatives, early commitment. And early commitment could be, I'm company A, I have, Millicent will come to attachment at my side in a 3 months time. What I do is I visit Millicent at her institution, shake her hand, say, hey, we are happy that you are coming visiting us in a 3 months time. Would you like to come and visit us for 1 day? We would like to invite you to show you our site. Again, you had a comment about them not knowing what does the company look like actually when they start. That is something some of the companies actually do. It could also be sending a text message. Hey, Millicent, we're happy that we signed the agreement. We can't wait to have you on board. Maybe invite Millicent for lunch at some point. In some way, stay in touch. And analysis have showed that a good pre-boarding process actually strengthens the commitment. So a pre-boarding checklist is also something that some of the companies operate with, which is that before the apprentices start, they provide them with this list. The list consists of who is the responsible for you, what is the name of the supervisor that you will be following, what is the responsible equipment that you will be having, needing. That is something the company needs to prepare in advance. And then, again, a call or a round tour. So that is something we advise for the companies, or that's actually something some of the companies do. It's not all of them, but it's a common practice. The next one. Then we have the onboarding tools. So when the trainee have started, first day, what's going to happen? And in Denmark, many of the Danish companies, they operate with something called the apprenticeship handbook, which is a document of a few pages. It has a specific form, and it includes a lot of information. And this handbook is delivered for the apprenticeship, for the apprenticee, the trainee, on the first day. So what does this handbook consist of? Again, supervisor information, if they didn't get it at the pre-boarding phase. The company's value and history. It's important to inform the student at an early stage, who are we as a company? What do we stand for in order to foster this identity, understand what is the company's identity? Also, there will be a section about how to stay with us. And about, when I say how to stay with us, means how can you get the opportunity or increase your chances of getting employed at this company? And also expectations of the apprenticee. This is something they've already talked about at the interview, but again, between the interview and the attachment period, it can have been months. So it's just to give them something on paper, something that is written, in order for them to not forget it. Then the handbook will consist of the introduction schedule. What does the first week look like? Who are you going to talk to? Which departments are you going to visit? What are you going to do? Clear plan. Second part is which departments, yes, will you be linked to? The described tasks. What will your first week be like? Maybe the first 2 days, the first 3 days will just be observation. You will be following 3 employees, 3 supervisors. You will observe them. Then on Tuesday, Thursday, you will do this. Friday, you will do this. First week. And then we'll probably also include scheduled checkup meetings, which means in the introduction schedule, the first week, maybe the apprenticee, the trainee, will have a meeting once or twice with the supervisor. And at this meeting, they will talk about what's your impression so far? Do you feel prepared? What does your schedule, do you agree with the schedule? To actually keep them in loop and to give them a clear vision of what the first period is going to look like. The second part of the handbook consists of the terms of employment. And terms of employment means, as a company, what does our work environment look like? They will maybe also agree on transportation costs, and then it will include the stipend information, salary information, how are you going to get paid, what is the structure around that. Then you have the company rules, which is, again, important to have in written form. When do we meet? When do you meet? What time do you meet? What time do you leave? How do you deal with customers? Let's say if it's a position where you deal with customers. What is your appearance at work? what do we expect you to look like when you appear? Is it just, coming in with open shoes and having like a lousy attitude, or what do we expect from you? Smoking, drinking, use of phone rules, small details, but actually important knowledge for the trainee who've never been at a work site before. And also, what are the rules when it comes to sexual harassment policies? What are the sanctions? If you break any of the rules, what are the sanctions? What are some of the control elements? All these details are in most cases included in the handbook. Next. The second tool that the companies focus on, of course, also depending on the size, we do acknowledge that many of the companies who actually take in apprentices in Denmark are smaller companies. So, of course, it also depends on the resources and the capacity they have. But many of the companies, for CSR reason, of course, they also focus on identity. And the pictures I have included here is some cases of companies in newspapers that tells about their initiatives with their apprentices. What have we done? When you come here, what can you expect? And it's simply because here, this actually also shows the desperate need of companies in getting apprentices in because of the shortages, because of the huge need of them in the future. So they highlight the good stories. We also have some initiatives called what do you call it? It's called DM for Skills, where we have like this skill conference where all apprentices, they come, they demonstrate what they have learned. They're representing the company's logos with logos on their T-shirt. They do it with pride. They're representing the company with pride. Next one. Something we also advise the companies to do is having the good conversation with the trainee. What does the good conversation mean? It is basically related to the feedback. We've talked about feedback earlier today, but getting feedback from the trainee is very crucial during this whole process. Because by having the good conversation, I will explain what it can look like in a bit, you can, as a company, you can support the good development, but you can also highlight problems at an early stage. Let's say you have it could be a male apprentice who doesn't really feel comfortable in a specific department, or who doesn't feel comfortable regarding some other things, use of equipment. Then they can actually use the opportunity of this conversation to highlight this to their supervisor. And then instead of just losing the trainee, let's say the trainee after 1 week will say, well, I'm sorry, I can't continue here. I don't feel this was a problem for me. Then the supervisor can catch this problem at an earlier stage. So again, it is a tool to also make the trainee comfortable and basically to ensure retention. Yes, next one. This is a form that we have. I think it's a DI tool that is made for companies. They don't have to use it, but that is just some of the services we also offer to make some forms about, well, what can you fill out when you're having this first feedback session, the good conversation with your trainee, which questions can you go through? And as you can see here, the supervisor will evaluate the quality of your work. So is the quality of your work good? If they can answer, well, there are some things to work on, you're doing great, or it's at a very high level. Then they will go through all these points. Another question could be, are you flexible? Can you work with different tasks under different conditions? Can you work with colleagues to achieve your common goals? Again, the supervisor will determine, yeah, well, there are some things to work on, you're great, or it's a high level. It's also to have this feedback between the supervisor and the student, so the student or the trainee knows what they have to work on during this process. Yes, next one. So, now on to the training institutions. Again, this is in the Danish context. What's commonly used as tools in the Danish training institution, it is that most of them, if not all of them, have apprenticeship consultants whose role is simply reaching out to the companies. Then they have a coordinated responsibility between the consultant and the trainers. So as a trainer, what's my responsibility? And an apprenticeship consultant, what's your responsibility? That is very clearly written out in the Danish context. And in the Danish context, it would be that the trainer will inform the consultant about student X, what does he or she knows, are they prepared for apprenticeships, what are their interests? That is a trainer's responsibility, and then they will hand on this information to the consultant, who will then go to the companies. Another thing is they all often also provide or offer individual conversations with the student. It's more of a career guidance coach conversations, like what do you want? What are your ambitions? Where do you want to go with this? Is there anything we can assist you with? And again, the approach when they reach the companies or when they contact the companies, their approach is not, hey, you should take my student for attachment, but it's instead hearing what are your needs, what can we do to strengthen our communication. They work as diplomats, if you can say that. So they're like the medium between the training institutions and the companies. And then the institutions focus a lot on both soft and hard skills. Employability is integrated is integrated in the curriculums. Soft skills is integrated in the curriculums in order to prepare the students for attachment. Next. So again, some of the very practical things the training institutions do is, this is not a common requirement, but some of them do it. They actually set yearly targets for how many companies they should visit or get in touch with. So let's say this year as a NITA, I will set the target of reaching 50 companies or having a conversation with 50 companies. That's the target they set for themselves. So they can also measure, have we lived up to our own targets and our own expectations. Another thing is they also have, I mentioned that before, the conversations with the students at an early stage. And then they offer short visits to the company sites during the basis course. So this has nothing to do with attachment, but just, again, to give them practical information about what a company looks like. They facilitate small visits, half-day visits, full-day visits to different companies. And then they offer the activities that can develop personal and soft skills. Yes, next one. So I've picked some takeouts. Yeah, I've picked some takeouts. Sorry, we're running out of time. The takeouts I've picked is the tools we have local with social partners. That works really well in Denmark. The students are selected and interviewed by the companies. They're not just delivered to them. The contract is signed a while before the attachment period, and they focus on learning outcomes instead of only traditional curricula. The institutions, they set targets, and we have the Tvet fund, which is also helping the companies taking apprenticeships and motivating them. Next. So, I finally finished my monologue. Now I want to engage you again, because this time I would like you to engage in groups. And I know maybe some of you are sitting next to your colleagues. I would like if some of you, if you're sitting alone at a table, move to another table so we can have some good groups for the discussions. Maybe we can add one more to this table, inshallah. Could you maybe move to here for the discussions, or if you're a lot of, maybe Nita, Millicent from Nita. So we can move a bit around, exactly. Also for you two, if you would like to join this table, so we can have some bigger groups, or one of you could move here and the other one could move to this table. What I want you to discuss now, and we will give you some time to do that, is which elements of the Danish experience do you think, as a group, we need to agree on it, could be practiced in Kenya? Not one-to-one, but what could be some of the takeouts? And I want you to agree as a group and maybe discuss some of the things I've mentioned. It could be, you could agree on 2 to 4 takeouts from the Danish experience. You need to discuss it in groups, and then I will hand you some stick notes, and you will write them on the stick notes, and then you will do the presentation in groups. So you'll also decide on one who will be presenting the takeouts. And the second question you should answer in the group is, what would it take to improve the current model? Not necessarily based on Danish experience, but if a Danish takeout, what would it take? Which stakeholders could be responsible or could be involved in improving the current model? So I think we have some good groups now. Also for those representing the institutions, I know we have many people from the company side here. I would like some of you to get divided, also to divide yourself, because this is an important conversation to have with all the partners. Yeah, so I will hand on some stick notes. You can already start the discussions, and then you have the pens where you can write them down. And then we will follow up in 10 minutes time. Okay, thank you.
we could continue the discussions here on stage with all of you. I've noticed very great engagement in the groups, and I'm very excited to hear the takeouts you have written down. So we will take it one group at a time, and I will have, I hope, have all the groups, each group appointed one who will present their takeouts. Yes, do you have appointed one? Great. Or you can maybe just do it now. But I will start with this group over here. If the representative can come up, and you can contribute, all of you. It's a conversation, but it's just to have one of you up here and put your inputs on the flip chart, and maybe then explain to the rest what you have discussed. No, you stand here. Because then I will give you the mic, and then you will explain your discussions. Yeah, perfect. Oh, is it not working?
You'll excuse me because, you know, we always try this even if it's working. Eh? It's a culture. Now, being the first group to present is usually very challenging, but then we have to also set the trend, and it will be very, very short. In my group, we were only missing the industry, the training institute. Nita or Kerry was not there, but we were well represented because we had the industry and the union sitting together. And at some point, we agreed on some few things that we have not been agreeing on. Now, one key area that we focused on and we looked at it that we can borrow from the Danish model is making a policy, that attachment becomes a policy at the highest level, so that the ownership part of it is felt down among the stakeholders, among the social partners. As it is right now, I think if there is a policy, perhaps it's not very strong, or we don't know about it. So do we make a policy that makes apprenticeship part of the learning cycle? But we feel if we borrow from what we have also seen on the Danish model, will work for us. Then the other part of it is like, as an attachee, you're getting into a farm. How well are you protected with regard to even pay package? Do we have a pay package that is workable for all of us? So we felt like we need to agree on a pay guideline. And now we are talking about the social partners. In the model that we just listened to, the pay is not the first thing. It's already discussed among the social partners. It is something that when an apprentice is going to the industry, they don't discuss it. It's already decided. In our situation, is it decided? No. All the times, like a union representative, I will always have that as the first priority. Even before I talk about even the performance, I just want to talk about the pay. So can we come up with a sort of a communication structure that allows for this to be discussed beforehand, and then it's not something to, distract us at the time of maybe the learning cycle. Number 3, that is a pay guideline. Number 3, we felt that we need to improve communication about the player, among the players. That is the Tvet, the employer, and even the employee. What we learned there is that there is a lot of emphasis on
companies pay them differently. In most companies, they are not paid. So if the Ministry of Education, or if it's NITA responsible, I'm not very clear there, they can come up with a uniform way of engaging them and have something little to appreciate them. I think that one can work. That is what we felt like we can adopt from the Denmark. Another thing was the agreement between the company and the training institution. In most of our companies, we just get them direct without any form of agreement. So we felt that that is also a very important aspect from them, the Denmark, that we can have an agreement that will also enable our companies to understand an important point the speaker noted that the training is a shared responsibility by the company and also the training institution. Another issue is also increase of attachment timing. We felt that the 3 months that is required by our government is a little bit short. So if we can, because I remember they were saying it between 2 years to around 9. So I think that is a very good time. We were sharing our personal experiences with our colleagues there of how we graduated and our first time we went to places of work. You are a graduate, yes, you have studied for around 4 years, 5 years, depending with your course. But when you go to the job market, you are told to scan. You cannot be able to do it. So we felt that those are if we can spend more time in this training institution, at the end of the day, you can be able to get the enough experience that you need to be absorbed in the job market immediately. And also it gives you a good opportunity. If my colleague can allow me to share his personal experience, he was telling us how he graduated from an engineering course, yeah? And he was trained by someone who had cleared their Form 4. But that person cleared their Form 4, they did not graduate, but they went to that company and they were trained. So when he came in as a graduate, he was trained by that person. So you can imagine. That's all. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much for your great inputs, and it's really inspiring to hear that you have such good questions. Maybe there was a comment here I can see? A very short one, because we are lacking time.
A very short one. Yes. Sorry, I'm like having a lot of comments, but it's just my joy to clarify. So when you talk about industrial attachment, internship, and apprenticeship, these are things which are targeted to work, to the industry. So they are all falling under the Ministry of Labor and Danida. So Ministry of Labor is about the employer, the employee, and the skills. So actually it's a tripartite that informs that. So this Ministry of Labor has the industrial attachment that I've explained, the 2 months or maximum 3 months as per the Industrial Training Act. Then there's a internship. That's another important program. These are people who have graduated but have no experience at all. So this is what the public service has been trying to do. They are being placed to the various places of work to get some experience. So that Form 4 who trained that engineer went through apprenticeship. So that person left Form 4, went straight to the employer, and has been practicing and going through informal apprenticeship because there was no training institution involved. But that person who has graduated and still green, has no experience, needs internship. This is a graduate done with the studies but does not have industry experience. So that's again something being handled by NEA, National Employment Authority. So there is attachment, apprenticeship, and internship. Once we get the three, the difference between the three, then we'll be very okay.
Sounds good, and that also highlights maybe the need of, again, communication and spreading this communication among all. Last comment, because we will continue the discussion. Don't worry, we will have later, we will talk more about what we need to do more specifically. So if we can keep it short so we can continue to get the last two groups.
Okay. So the last group did talk about a unified wage or salary. My colleague here from NITA clarified that apprentice should be paid on the minimum wage. Now, the unifying wage is the statutory minimum wage, which just acts as a guiding principle that to the employers that, look, no matter what you pay, you should not go below the statutory minimum wage. And it is cross-cutting. If you look at the definition of an employee in the Employment Act and in the NITA Act, it defines an employee to include an apprentice. That is to mean that the minimum wage also should apply to the apprentice. I don't know if that is what is happening in practice.
From what we could hear from the discussions around the table, it's not implemented necessarily. So I think again implementation is the key here. Maybe it's not so much the formal rules around it, but how can we strengthen implementation?
So the minimum wage just being a guiding principle, some employers would be willing to even go over and above the minimum wage. But as it is, they are not even meeting the minimum wage requirement.
And the minimum wage applies to internship and apprenticeship. Students on industrial attachment for the 3 months are not supposed to be paid according to Industrial Training Act because they are learning. It's like they are learning but not at the institution. So we do not pay people to learn. So what employers do from their goodwill is to give them probably fare or some lunches. But from Industrial Training Act, a student who is learning at the industry for the 2 months or 3 months is not liable for any pay.
Can I highlight something from the Danish experience? I didn't mention it before, actually, just to highlight how it is in Denmark. When you go from the basis course and enter the dual part, and you know the salary already, because that will also be considered a part of the training, then the company even pays the student when they are at school, for the weeks when they're at school. But again, we have the structure of the fund, of course, that makes it, it's just to clarify that this is practice. But thank you for your clarifications. Next group, if you could join at the stage and present your takeouts, and then we will take the last group, and then we're done. We're heading a few minutes over time, but otherwise we're good.
Good afternoon. From our group, these are the following points that we came up with, but most of them have been said. One of them is that the skills in Danish, in Denmark, yes, they start early. But when you look at in Kenya, they don't start early. But now this one is starting to take shape because we have the CBC. The other one is the harmonization in the education system. We felt that they need to harmonize because we've noted that the social partners within the Danish context, it's working well. Employers' contribution is another thing. We've had to contribute about $340. We don't have that unless maybe an employer can tell me there's a contribution they make from us. I don't think that one is there, and I think this one we need to think about it. Then the skill councils need to be professionally vetted. From my group, they say that they are not professionally vetted. So they are not professionally vetted. The other one was apprentice handbook, not there. It should be there. And then funding for Tvet is very limited. I'm made to understand it's about 40,000 Kenya shillings annually per student. Felt that is very limited. And then the supervisors should be trained and their roles harmonized as part of their JD, especially when it comes to apprentice. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Also some new points we haven't here highlighted. It's very good. If I can have those so I can put them on the chart. And then we'll have the last representative joining us on stage. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. When you're the last, normally everything has been said. But in our group, we saw some similar sentiments. Like, for example, conversation. At pre-boarding, there isn't much conversation. So assigning the apprentice the right assignments becomes a challenge. Because the companies, maybe sometimes we don't map them clearly as academic institutions. So we felt that this is an area we can do something. We also felt that the tools, the companies are aware in advance about the tools they're going to use in supervision. And therefore, there's another area that we thought will be key. Those are the elements that we are seeing from the Danish, which we believe will be very good for us. Areas of improvement, we also felt that there is somebody who went into apprenticeship and never came out. They went there, they are practicing, and they are still apprentices forever, maybe after 50 years. Plumbers, you are aware. So we still feel that there should be a link. Normally here in Kenya we call them juakali. I think you are aware. But it is happening. So we feel that at policy level, how long should people work without ever being trained? We have them in the water sector, you know. They are doing very critical work. But the institutions normally do not focus so much on getting these people either certified or trained. We also felt that judging from the way the Danish do it, maybe attachment period can sometimes be too short for 3 months. We don't know if somebody can learn enough. That's an area that we can do. And generally mapping will be very, very key. What are we going to do about it? We believe we are going to strengthen from academia, we shall strengthen liaison offices. And also we believe maybe the employers should have something like liaison also, so that we can work very closely. We also believe that curricula, which we normally update all the time, should be also looked at all the time and make it relevant. Asante.
Thank you so much for the last inputs of today. I'll just speak a bit louder. Thank you so much. I will take these points. And I will just to mention again, we will continue our discussion later today, where we will talk specifically on where do we go from now. Because so far we have discussed what are the problems, what are the challenges, what can we get inspired from, and the last part will be then what now? Because we don't want this to be another forum that just after we end it, then nothing will happen. We, as partners who are here today, we are actually here. We have noted down all of your comments, but we would like also more specifically your inputs to what needs to be done. But before we do that, I will hand the mic on to Daniel, who will continue the program. But from my side, thank you so much for engaging. I'll see you on stage a bit later, but for now, thank you so much.
Thank you. Yeah, it's a bit louder than I thought. Yeah, you can stretch a bit, huh? Kidogo, tujinyoshe kidogo. Yeah. So that we can go on a break. You know, the way they say factorial, eh? Like 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, huh? And we can be able to count that, eh? So tunyoshe hivi 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. The other side 5, 4. Kichwa 5. Mguu 5. The other side 5. Some people are not doing it. Eh? All right, now you may be seated. So we are going to break that. Thank you, Nebras. Very rich discussions. I think if they were open, they would go on and on and on. Because I could feel there are some things that needed back and forth, interaction. You could tell there is an exchange of knowledge. Clarifications also coming out. Wonderful. I look forward to the other part of the discussion. But for now, we are going to invite Bildha. They have a presentation. I think also we are going to learn a bit more also in terms of the same topic of apprenticeship and how they do it. So let's take this moment to invite this wonderful lady. Karibu sana. Let's clap for her as she takes the mic. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I'm used to just projecting my voice, so mics are, I'm not used to them. Can you hear me? Do I need the microphone? I need the microphone. Okay. Okay. So as mentioned, my name is Kawira Njogu, and I'm from Builder. And I know I have half an hour, so I'm going to try and just cruise along, but try to get the message across. So we empower women through construction, and as you can see, as the name suggests, build her, meaning Jenga Mama. And so we can move on to the next slide. So Builder is Kenya's first and only technical training facility for construction artisans that exclusively trains women and actively promotes gender inclusivity in the sector. If you recall, when I spoke earlier this morning, I said we straddle between the world of Tvet and the construction sector, and I'll explain a bit more about how we do that, because we train, but we also work actively and closely with construction sector players. Our mission is to connect disadvantaged women to high-value employment opportunities in construction and manufacturing. Our vision is to increase the percentage of skilled certified women in Nairobi's construction sector from 3%, and this is data from an NCA study regarding the proportion of skilled workers in the sector, and more so also the percentage of women in the sector. So from 3% to 10% by 2030. We would like to replicate our model across similar construction and manufacturing training sectors. Our best impact indicator, 5 times the increase in daily income, that is from $9 to $48 for Build Her Women, after completing our 8-month training and employment placement program. We are located in Nairobi, in Babadogo, but we plan strategically to replicate our model and expand in the years ahead. Number of employees, 24 plus as we speak. Next slide, please. The women we train, age 18 to 50 years old, the income they earn before joining our program is under $3 a day. And this is generally from casual work that is intermittent, and it's inconsistent, as mentioned, intermittent. And the marital status of the women, majority of them are single mothers. A few married women, but often single mothers with dependents of averaging between 4 to 10 per family. So you will find some who are married, some who are single without families, but majority are single mothers with dependents. In terms of education level, these women are semi-educated. So you will find amongst our beneficiaries, you will find those who've reached class 6, class 8, others have gone to Form 2, and others have reached Form 4. A few have gone to college. So that's the demographic. Next slide, please. Now, our problem. In Kenya, women are significantly disadvantaged socially and economically, with over half of the female population living below the poverty line, as mentioned, of under $3 a day. Construction is one of the fastest growing sectors in the continent, but one of the least gender inclusive. So, of course, there's a gender gap, but I'd also like to add, based on even feedback that came out earlier today, there is a safety gap also in the sector. And so, for us, in terms of our approach, we work to address all these gaps: inequality gap or gender gap, safety gap, and similar. So the barriers to women's employment in construction, social norms and perceptions. When we speak about the sector that we participate in, the construction sector, I think it's known to all of us that there's inequality in the sector. There's the perception in terms of gender. Again, also just touched on earlier today. Women cannot do certain tasks. Women cannot do skilled work. The bias that they should be relegated to being at home rather than working on sites to contribute to the family. But of course, we say there are opportunities for all genders in the industry and in skilled work, so that everyone can come and contribute to the household at the end of the day. Then lack of a support network and role models. We, again, earlier today already touched on this in our different groups. We had insights that were shared in terms of either having, not having leaders maybe in the field who are able to inspire the women. Leaders, be it project managers, supervisors, many women in those positions who can then serve as role models to these women. So we are calling for building mentorship structures, role models who can then be able to support women's integration in the sector. Then labor market conditions. We've been talking about policies. We've been talking about guidelines. Policies that may exist, but then we need to implement them in the field, or also developing additional policies, standards, guidelines that we can actually then enact in the sector. So those types of disparities that then can speak towards ensuring that all genders are able to work harmoniously. And then lack of access to education and skills. We've already spoken about the demographic that we deal with, who are semi-educated. Because of poverty, often they don't even get access to these opportunities. So given that a number of us are here in Tvet, just being able to provide those opportunities for those who otherwise have been unable to access these opportunities to come and learn so that they're enabled to penetrate the sector. Next slide. So the broader build her model. Firstly, we train, as mentioned, training to employment transition. So the way our model is, it's a 4-4-4 model, which means a year-long model. And within that model, what we have is technical training in trades in demand in the construction sector. So currently we have carpentry and joinery, we have painting and decorating, and we have tiling. But in addition to technical training, we also have something we call holistic employability wellness skills. Now, previously, what that was life skills, work readiness, and then additional training in other areas, and I'll explain a bit more about that later. For example, physical body strengthening, yoga, and also additional trainings in areas or sensitizations in areas such as nutrition, sexual and reproductive health, gender-based violence, human rights, and similar. So what we did is, later on, we decided to merge that last year, to merge all those areas and call it holistic employability wellness skills. Now, what happens is that goes on for 4 months. We also have additional social support services such as mental health coaching within those 4 months. And it's because the demographic, again, of the women who we recruit to train in our program, they go through a lot of gender-based violence and other challenges within the setups they come from. So they come to the program with reduced confidence, with challenges with communication, and having gone through trauma. And so for us, the key with Build Her is not just developing their technical skills, but for us, our model is holistic, to be able to develop this individual. So at the end of the day, she can leave the program, she can carry on in her life, and she can succeed not only in the industry, but in her wider community, including her setups, the setups at home. And so that's the structure of the model within the 4 months. Beyond the 4 months, then the artisans then go into the sector. And that's where placement comes in. And it was actually lovely to hear about the Danish model because of, there's a lot to learn. There's a lot we can learn from. But then also as placement, I would equate it to your consultants. That's what our placement department is. It's, we are the link to the industry. So what that means is we support the artisans by linking them up to opportunities in the sector. We build partnerships with employers and maintain those partnerships. And in building those partnerships with these employers who happen to be, it can be contractors, it can be fabricators, suppliers, but also building other strategic partnerships, for example, with unions that are here, strengthening partnerships with NITA, you know, the Tvet landscape of partners, Danida, 3F, to be able to engage in advocacy. So the other thing that we do is supporting not just the artisans to integrate in the sector and perform so that they're building their career in construction, but also working to support those employer partners in the sector. And so how we do that is we do a needs assessment. And for us, through the placement department, what that means is engaging youth sector players. And so for us, this is a very valuable experience. And thank you. Because we always engage employers to understand, what are you struggling with? When you're looking for artisans, what are you struggling with technically? What are you struggling with, even with soft skills? Because our experience, and for us data is very important, our experience is we engage employers and they say, we struggle with artisans. For example, you can have an artisan who is so good technically, but they have an attitude. They're arrogant, they don't come to work, or they don't even understand how to follow instructions exactly, or in the process of performing a technical job, they just don't understand that they need to communicate with a supervisor and consult the supervisor before proceeding with the job, rather than destroying the delivery of the job and wasting material. So we do needs assessments, we engage the sector, we work together to influence and advocate for best practice and standards. And so for us, there's that 4 months, which then builds up on another 4 months. In our previous model, we would just say 4 months of internal training, and then the artisans continue to learn as they earn in the sector for 8 months and beyond. So for us, that's how it would culminate in a year's model. But we redefined that to say 4 months of internal training, 4 months of placement, 4 months as alumni, but they're still working in the sector. So these are artisans who have grown in experience and they're continuing to grow in experience, and they're artisans who at that level we can call back to upskill or support with additional programs. And then we have accreditation. So I've mentioned NITA. For us, partnerships are critical at all stages of our process in the program. So we work with NITA, we partner with NITA and NCA. By the end of the year, the artisans should have done NITA, starting with grade 3. There are those who already are planning to sit for grade 2. And Builder itself is already approved as an accredited facility by NITA for grade 3. We are currently undergoing accreditation for grade 2 and grade 1 in the trade areas mentioned. And then we also partner with NCA. And still, in this journey of influencing best practices and standards, working with you as partners, NCA is also one of the key partners. So we've been partnering with NCA on that front, but also in terms of accreditation. So far we also have artisans who've been accredited by NCA. The other part of our model is women and family support. So we address the barriers and burdens women artisans face at an individual, family, and community level to support their successful transition into the industry. So that support actually even begins at recruitment. We have a community development department, and together with CBOs and NGOs, our partners, we're involved in recruitment, but over and beyond that, through the 4 months, beyond the 4 months to the 8 months and beyond, we work together to make sure that we offer the support that these women require, because challenges still arise during their journey. We've spoken about socioeconomic norms that are a challenge, challenges in the industry, the barriers to entry. So we continue to walk the journey with them. We have alumni development. So we have targeted programs and activities to strengthen alumni bonds and enable women to thrive in their professional careers and personal lives. So we have programs tailored to that. And in line with that, we had We also had key activities, for example, Women Fundis in Construction Conference, which was our first ever Women Fundis conference that we had last year, just to help connect with sector players again, and also expose the sector to the number of fundis available, women fundis who have gone through our program, are working in the sector, and are available to continue contributing to the sector. So I'll talk about WIFIC later. Business development and entrepreneurship is another aspect of our model to impart the needed business development and entrepreneurship development skills to support women's advancement to construction and careers. And again, in partnership with 3AF, the whole Danida consortium, these are two areas we're also working closely on, so we appreciate the partnership. And then advocacy. Working directly with sector players, as already mentioned, employers, to package and disseminate best practices and results to advocate for sector-wide transformation. Next slide, please. So this is just a mention that, just emphasizing what I've said, that we break down the interrelated socioeconomic barriers that keep women from accessing vocational training and securing high-paying jobs in construction. Our model combines industry-informed technical training with holistic support and mentorship. To drive sector-wide change, we work with employers to enact female-friendly workplace practices and policies. We are committed to rigorous impact measurement at every stage. So for us, data is our language. Data, feedback from the industry and engagement is crucial. It is what has informed our program. We are a flexible program and we keep adjusting based on our lessons from the sector. Our impact team continuously gathers and incorporates learning and feedback from the Build Her team, industry stakeholders, employers, and our women beneficiaries to advance and streamline our approach. I recall what you're talking about even in your model, about the feedback from employers, the feedback from supervisors. Those are activities we engage in because at the end of the day, we want to remain, or to be able to be relevant, to remain relevant to what the sector needs. So for us, being able to engage with sector players to tell us, where are you struggling? What challenges are you facing? That continuous feedback loop is what involves, is what we're involved in and is what informs our program. Next slide, please. So, specifically with regard to training, again in terms of our approach, I already mentioned community engagement, which means we work closely with CBOs, NGOs, and peer partners to recruit and support women from the informal settlements. It's a very rigorous approach. We open it out so that the applications, and over time, over the years, the interest has just continued to grow. Like I said, partnerships are important from the beginning to the end of our model. And so we interview, so we collect the data, then we take the artisans, or rather the trainees at that point in time, we call them trainees, through interviews, rigorous interviews, to be able then to identify those who we assess as will be committed to the training program. Because we cater towards the training, we don't charge them anything except for the NITA examination fees, which is a way of getting them to own the process. Previously, we used to give a stipend, but we realized that at times we had attrition when we would recruit them because they would just come and some weren't necessarily committed. But that was a game changer when we got them to start investing in the process a bit more. Then we give them access to a 12-month construction education program. I've already broken that down to you for women who otherwise wouldn't afford it. Then internship requirements to ground the women's education with the reality of construction work. And that's what we talk about when we talk about placement. And then holistic employability and wellness training, which I've also already mentioned, which then is able to help develop soft skills, develop professionalism, understand the realities of the sector that they're about to enter, manage expectations, help them know how strategies of how to navigate themselves on sites where they're going to face these barriers, be it contractor sites or fabricator sites, have self-awareness, try to influence behavior change, shape mindset. So that's what Hughes is about, because like we said, it's not just about technical training for us. And then mentorship. Mentorship, which is across the board from their peers, from other BuildHer artisans, who in this case are alumni. And we also have a mentorship program that we've been building with Danida. And alumni who have successfully graduated from the program and transitioned to construction jobs, but also partnerships with employers. We call them employer partners, but basically contractors in the sector who we've been building partnerships with, and we continue to build partnerships with. Even the unions who can offer networks, and other team members here who are able to give us the opportunity to strengthen and leverage those networks to build mentorship structures. Even professional associations such as WIRE, Women in Real Estate, KPDA, and others. Then industry engagement, so an annual assessment of construction trends, gaps, and requirements to align construction training with industry gaps and needs. Next slide, please. So key training to employment strategies, I've already mentioned internships, and for us, we, again, from lessons, we restructured our internships so that we don't start talking about that at placement, but actually have that included in our 4-month training. So one of our key requirements is that the artisans, the trainees at that stage, have to source on their own for internships. And that enables us to be able to hone communication, including negotiation and reporting skills, network and build relationships for increasing opportunities for work and mentorship, experience the realities of sites, the challenges to apply strategies we have trained them to use, and learn to adjust because of the environment, and to be able to apply their practical learning in real work settings. So far, for example, from the last cohort, and one cohort has about 30 women. Right now, with the current cohort, we have 90 because we have 30 artisans, or rather 30 trainees in tiling, 30 in painting, 30 in carpentry and joinery. 88% of the last cohort met that requirement to self-source for internships during the 4-month training. And this helped in terms of the outcome. It led to an increase of women successfully self-sourcing for jobs. Now, self-placement. Again, we redefined or readjusted our approach. Initially, what we would do through placement, the placement department, was to build these partnerships with contractors, fabricators, and then create the linkage to the sector, which is pretty much like you were saying, you were explaining. So then the placement department then played the role, or has been playing the role, as the consultant. And we then find out through a needs assessment from the employer partners, what are you looking for? What is the nature of your work? What kind of artisans are you looking for? So we would do a needs assessment and then match artisans to the employer's requirements, and then offer follow-on support. Go visit the site, be able, depending on any gaps we see, to support the employer, to be able to create an environment where the artisans can work. So I gave an example, for example, of the separate toilets for men and women, because in some cases we'd go and you'd find it's all shared, or sometimes they're not secure. So just trying to encourage and work together to shift the guidelines for integration into the sector, so that we work with employers to create an environment where women are integrated more, boundaries are created to also curb sexual harassment, and then offer on-site support, such as sexual harassment sensitizations, or where an employer tells us, for us, sexual harassment sensitizations are important, but then we'd also, through our needs assessment, understand from employers, what else are you struggling with on site? So some, for example, will tell us, We pay artisans on Friday, on Monday they come and ask for an advance. Help us just to support them to understand how to manage money better. So we do a money management sensitization on site as part of capacity building. But we realized through that approach that we still had a number of artisans who had the dependency mentality. So we decided to shift things and place emphasis right through the internships, as an example, during the 4 months training, to have them self-source for these opportunities at the end of the 4 months. And then what we still do as placement then is still have the partnerships that we develop directly through the placement department, but also have the artisans self-source for work and then offer support. Government, for example, to integrate artisans, even with the NCA, increased accreditation. Next slide, please. Career Day was also other partners, and that just enabled us to network, to learn, to be able to offer access to information, to have pledges even from other Tvets, to engage more women in their facilities, in training, and commitments by other partners also, and recruitment of trainees into this cohort, the current cohort. I believe I'm just at the end now. Yeah? Exactly. So that's it. Thank you. Thank you. I'm open to questions or reflections. That's okay.
Selina, you can give you the chance.
Thank you for the wonderful presentation.
Thank you.
And just to appreciate what Build High is doing for the Kenyan woman, it's very commendable. Now, I'm trying to link what Build High is doing with what the labor movement in the country and globally is talking about. The ILO Convention 190 on elimination of sexual and gender-based violence, harassment, and discrimination. Now, we have, the whole of last year, as KOTU, we have been advocating for ratification of the same. And things are looking good. It looks like we might have a ratification this year. After ratification, there is the process of developing those domestication tools that will be adopted in the country. And my thinking is Build Her could be really involved in the process because it's a focal organization that deals directly with women. And looking at the cadre of women that Build Her is working with, if we can, place them on the scale of vulnerability, they would be classified as the really vulnerable. The semi-literate women, the illiterate women, the single mothers, the widowed women, those are very vulnerable. And if you place them in the world of work, we would classify them as a desperate workforce. If you look at a documentary that came out, was this last week, Sex for Work, it implicated Unilever and Finlay's. we take charge of capacity building, awareness creation around the issues of, SGBVH.
Thank you so much. Thank you for that valuable input. And I'll take you up on that. Thank you. It's appreciated. Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you. But I think the input was very good.
Yes, thank you.
Anyone? One more person? A reflection? Okay. Oh, I thought you had your microphone. Okay, so we have a hand there with us. But the food, I'm told the food is ready. So if you raise up your hand, you are the person between us and lunch also. But let's give us but make it brief.
Very brief.
Yes.
Now that we have a very clear understanding about who an apprentice is, an intern, and even an industrial attachment, courtesy of Millicent or Nita. Now, the monster, I wanted you to explain to me how you work it out. I understand that the only money they pay is the Nita fee. Now, how do you go about your selection process? What are the parameters to narrow down to the 90 that you finally have?
Thank you for that. So for us, Builder is donor funded. However, we are pursuing and developing streams for sustainability, avenues for sustainability. So as mentioned, the training generally to the artisans who come in for training is free, except for that, what we charge them, which is for the NITA exam and just a bit of a top-up, which still goes into a portion of our training, though the cost of the training is expensive. Now, how we identify them is not based on financial, for that reason, financial capability, because as we said, these are women who have not even had access to education for the very reason, given the backgrounds that they come from, and even given situations where some of them had to sacrifice their opportunity to go to school where they were lucky to get that, but just to allow their siblings to, for example, get education. So for us, our criteria is very different because it's criteria that is able to allow us to identify that this person has a hunger for the opportunity to make a difference in their life, will have the commitment to be able to sit it out through the program, because our program is very intense. It's like going to work 8 to 5 every day of the week, except for the weekend. So there are certain parameters we use to enable us to assess, or certain metrics to assess mentally, potentially behaviorally, and even through some aptitude tests that we still take them through, whether they're able to then enter the program. And you might ask why we do the aptitude, which is math and English. Again, it's from learning. Previously, we didn't have that. We would just open it out and just interview them in a group setting of maybe 4 or 5 with ourselves and our partners, and also involving our alumni now, and use the criteria, grade them, and then be able to make decisions on then screening and who can join. But then we realized that for some of these trades, for example, carpentry and joinery, there's a specific aptitude that's required. So it's not the only strict criteria that would be able to eliminate her or allow her to come in. We still assess the criteria collectively, but that would be critical because, for example, with joinery, there's a certain aptitude that's required to be able to help the trainee graduate through the performance evaluation criteria we have through the training and move to the next level. So for us then the aptitude test then also became an important addition in terms of the evaluation criteria, especially for particular trades. So I don't know if I've answered your question well enough.
Okay, let's end it there or hold it there so that we can take up other discussions later.
Thank you.
We must go for lunch because there's another group that's supposed to do lunch after us. And for that, I'm going to invite Veronica to tell us where we are going for lunch. Veronica works here at Kewi, She's actually the gender focal point for the project that we're implementing. So
thank you. I'm here to confirm that there is lunch for all of us. We are all invited. We'll just walk downstairs straight. Towards the end of this building, there's a restaurant. So welcome for lunch. Enjoy. Karibuni.
tujuane. So let's do some informal introductions at the table. for those. Okay, and now we want to do a small exercise here that will help us re-energize. So I'm going to ask my colleague to come over, Charlotte, so we can do an energizer together. Yes. Thank you very much. Let's clap for that. I think now we are awake. So to start us off this afternoon is WIRE presentation. And WIRE is a partner in the project under an organization we mentioned earlier called Diverse in Denmark. So their mandate or their role is to look into gender issues. And so the one taking us through this session is one scholar from WIRE. She'll tell us also a bit about WIRE. And she says that I should not use titles for this introduction. So karibu scholar. Let's give her some clap as she comes over.
Thank you so much, Daniel. I think I'll teach us another clapping style in regard to our exercise today. It's called the Chinese clap. Tell your neighbor, Chinese clap. Why? Because I think all of us have something made in China. So this is how the clap goes. Then I give it to Charlotte. I think we stand. I think it is more interesting when we stand. We do the Chinese clap. And she goes back to her country knowing that she was done for the Chinese. All right. 1, 2, start. Yeah, I learned it, and sharing it out with everyone, you realize they do martial arts with doing shh. So we're doing the breathing in, then the breathing out. Thank you so much for this opportunity. Allow me to introduce myself as we proceed. But right now, since it's after lunch, I want us to keep discussing together. I just mentioned my name. I'm Scholar Odhiambo, as Daniel has mentioned. And today we want to do something called gender inclusiveness in work. I'm really amazed that all our tables, I think we are all balanced. If you are not balanced, we're going to start balancing them. But we're going to discuss something we're going to call gender inclusiveness in work. And how is this? In these small groups that you're going to have, just like the ones we had earlier, we're going to discuss the challenges related to gender when it comes to retention, when it comes to onboarding the people that we're actually working with, and what it is that makes you take someone else. I think I'll allow Daniel and the brass to just come here so that we call it practically. So here they come, two great plumbers, all the way from KU Institute, they are certified, and they come knocking your door. And then you're asking them, let's see the questions you're going to ask them. Just ask them a question. I introduce them again. They've come in as they are. You have their papers. They're both plumbers from KW Institute, certified correctly. They have come in and they want to work on either in your company or a project, including your nice jacuzzi that you don't know why it's not pumping water, and you need to shower well, or your steam bath for the ones who own spas. And here they come. Tell me the questions you're going to ask them.
Shall you manage?
Shall you manage?
Daniel, you're a plumber. Are you also a plumber? I'm asking not the gender, the female gender. Are you also a plumber? Yeah,
He's wondering whether you're a certified plumber or you're just... He's wondering, are you really a plumber? Let's hear from the head.
If I have to do like a stereotype, I think I would ask about your age and do you want to have children? Are you going to be available to do work and heavy lifting? Nibras.
Let's hear from an employer.
Are you going to work during odd hours?
Your kids have just fallen sick and you're calling sick in that morning. Let's hear from this side. Who was the engineer? Engineer alikuwa nani? Oh, here he is.
Maybe I'll ask, what about if I give you work and then you want to proceed for maternity? What about my work? Madam.
They're multiplying the earth. What about maternity leave? Who will take care of that? Let's hear from the examining body.
What level of plumbing skills do you have? You sure you're qualified to be one of them?
Your skill set being questioned.
Would you be bothered by the fact we only have unisex bathrooms?
Unisex bathrooms, are you going to be comfortable to enter that male bathroom, the urinal for that matter, and you rectify it?
Are you able to work on your own?
Can you work on your own? Great questions. I want us to discuss. I believe the notepads are still on our desks, and those are great questions. Are you seeing all those questions? All these questions, build her. Are you seeing all these questions? And she's wondering why were all the questions directed to me? Daniel got an automatic yes.
But you didn't ask if I'm wearing a tie.
And the red one for that matter.
I'm a plumber.
Or if you're a plumber with a tie. No one so is in a tie and he's a plumber. So I want us to just answer those questions in our respective groups. Just write them on the pink papers. Think if you don't have them. And they're going to be going around so that they remind you. She's coming to ask you for the job. So all those questions, just write them down. And then in less than 10 minutes, you're just going to discuss them over and see how gender inclusiveness at work is really important. Thank you. Give them a hand clap as they come and join your respective tables as they campaign for their positions. They need to be great plumbers in your environment. Thank you.
There is a small clarification. It's only the questions that will be written down. Is it the answers as well, or only the questions?
Those are mainly the challenges. You can ask the questions, and mainly I need the answers because they're the same people coming in with the answers. The main question is to discuss the challenges related to gender when it comes to retention and onboarding. Yes, just like you saw the good example, those questions that you are asking me. So what are these challenges as in regard to onboarding? What are these challenges? Because you're asking those questions because you're onboarding them. Are you going to work? Are you ready? Are you retention? Maternity leave, what happens? So the moment you see her stomach bulging, you're busy asking many questions. But how do you retain her? So those are the challenges that I want us to discuss as far as gender inclusivity is concerned.
I think we can wind up having very interesting discussions. Maybe in 2 minutes, I just pick what each table has. I think I'll just walk to each table so that we don't also have to come to the front and give you a mic and just present in brief. Allow me to start with the service providers. I didn't see a lady in their team, so I asked them why they don't have a lady in this team. It's a very good, we can't work without the cameras, we can't work without the sound. So they just tell me one point, then we proceed.
Hello, guys. Hello. Maybe one of the reasons why maybe you will not find ladies in this area, because I think ladies seem to see this as too technical. And no, it's true, some. That's why you will not find them. And while it's too technical, also because of the bulkiness of maybe some equipments here and there, when it comes to carrying like speakers and stuff like that. So I think that's what they consider when they choose what to do with their professional stuff. But you may find them, but they are not too many. It's rare to find.
A rare gem to find a lady doing sound work, some in the cameras, but still a rare gem. Next table, please.
You're the employer.
Oh, good afternoon. Yeah, we have gone through 3 points. One of them is the negativity perception of the job, especially like now in terms of water treatment. We normally deal with chemicals. Some of them are corrosive. So probably most of the young ladies and the gentlemen will avoid because of the chemical exposure of the nature and that issue of retention and marriages. Second one is about sexual harassment. This one might be somehow hidden under the ground, but it's part of one of the challenges that gender mainstreaming is forced to. The other one was the nature of the job. There are some jobs that even my boss, sorry to say that, somehow it's not possible to call some of, like, say, a lady who is married at around 2 o'clock in the evening, at night, for the control. So nature of the job sometimes matters for the professional person that we're giving to.
Thank you so much. Allow me to have the notes. We're going to go to the next table. It's well represented. Daniel, you're the one presenting. Or gender.
Okay. I'm the minority here. But we've come up with a few points. One of them is that some of the sectors are male-dominated, and that comes with a stereotype, which can negatively influence even the attitude of females taking up opportunities. They may also go with a stereotype and wonder what is wrong with them by taking up some of those careers or opportunities. In certain cases, you'd find that even in some workplaces, like in production lines, they were meant for men, and there's not even like washrooms for women. So a lady would find herself there stranded now. It's not gender friendly. Then, of course, there are all doubts about that if women are going to perform or to endure in certain undertakings. There are also careers that come with discriminatory practices. In a way, the system is set to kick them out when they get pregnant. For example, in aviation, and that becomes a challenge. So women also undergo difficulties related to, lack of, support to access sanitary and hygiene products, and that can also impact on them in undertaking certain activities. Then there are those also without supportive families. Maybe they are young mothers and they have babies. They can't afford a nanny, and therefore those becomes challenges around them. Yeah.
Thank you for that. There's turbulence in her body, in her, so why engage her to more turbulence, while working? Thank you so much for that. Next team.
Okay, I was like for the other groups, there's a nature of the worker. E.g., maybe the work may require a night shift, and maybe the woman is not available during the night, or she feels comfortable to work during night, or maybe the work requires maybe riding a motorcycle, and many of them may find it difficult to ride motorcycle, unlike men. Next one, availability at work. The employer may want his employee to be available every time, but you'll see for women, most of the time they will have challenges, like during maternity leave they'll spend like 3 to 4 months away. Number 3, the perception of the women themselves for the job. They tend to fear some jobs and regard them that they are made for male. Yeah, I think that's all.
Thank you so much. I think this side requires a Chinese hand clap. We can just do one for them as we move to this other side. Oh, I need to lead you. All right, 1, 2, go. We proceed to this table.
So for us, we had 5 points that we identified. The first is on supportive facilities, toilets, breastfeeding rooms, and the second is on supportive gender HR policies, maternity leave, compassionate leave at workplaces, and there's also sexual harassment, domestic violence. It may not be necessarily from workplaces, but at home, and which in turn has a ripple effect to the workplace. Another thing is on inferiority complex, the mentality that they have that they can't do this, we can't do that, we can't do that. And the last is on gender biased pay, that's the same job that is done, but the payment is different. I'm not an expert in the water sector, but maybe we can brainstorm on that area.
Asante sana ndugu. Thank you so much for your points. Those are very valid. You people are licking my presentation. But you're going on well. In the interest of time, let's just hurry. Who's presenting? Oh, the flower.
Okay, thank you. I think we discussed about 4 points. The first one was the lack of confidence in women. It's like a stereotype that we have that women cannot do certain jobs. That's why they are questioned when they go when they appear. Maybe they are a man and a woman. You tend to think that that woman is not capable of doing that work. Therefore, he may not get that chance of getting that job. The issue of, as the other one has been discussed, the issue of maternity, the retention issues, or maybe somebody has a contract and maybe it's ending, na amepata mimba, you realize that the employer might tend not to, he might look even for just a reason for not renewing that contract, because anajua for that period he'll be paying that person who is not coming to work. There's another issue we talked about, the unconscious biasness, which is during placement and during allocation of shifts, knowing that just thinking that a woman cannot do this. So that one was another issue. And then the last one was about the safety equipment. You know, sometimes we don't encourage women so much. And one of our colleague here was saying that like for us in water sector, unapata overall imetengenezwa ya wanaume, ndio tunapea to the ladies, so sometimes they don't feel confident working. So those are the things that we discussed.
Thank you so much. For the union makes us strong. Here we are.
Thank you. The good thing about presenting last, you take all the points from previous presenters. Though it was our ideas, I don't know how they arrived at them. The first item we identified is maternity leave. As my sister have explained, we are in construction sector where the nature of job don't last long. Maybe a project is for 2 years. So people are engaged in 1 or 2 years contract, a fixed term contract. When you get maternity, some of employers do not renew that contract. Then there is issue of paternity leave. As one of my colleagues here explained, his wife was to proceed to a maternity leave. Then he was to proceed to a paternity leave. Then the employer refused, citing that he is not the one who gave birth or delivering. So that's a major thing. Then there is a gender pay gap, whether in private or public sector. You'll find a CEO doing the same task as man, but she's been paid a lesser pay in terms of wages. Then there is sexual gender-based violence and harassment. Then some of the tools and working equipments are designed for men, like what my sister have explained. We have those overalls which is normality in construction sector. Majority of them are designed for men. There is no or there is few companies who are designs the same overalls for women. Those are the points that we picked. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I really value your input. I really value your comments. It's sad that the man was denied paternity leave. And I think that is why it is a part of the laws of what we have in our country. I don't know that in Tanzania you have the same. Do you have paternity leave? It's there in some few ways. Here it's compulsory. I think it's part of all HR policies for all the employers, and it's followed keenly. I think most of the gentlemen like taking it near December so that they combine it with Christmas, and it's a bit longer, but it should be taken in that year the baby is born. So Scholar Odhiambo is my name, like I said. One of these is that I'm a Tvet specialist, working with both Tvets in private and public sector, and also a founder of Enact with Skills and a member of WIRE. And for me, this gender inclusiveness at work started when I was in school. I started with a technical course. So you can imagine when in class you're fewer. From all those things you're talking on overalls to the group works. So I just had to integrate with working with men. And my team for football is Manu. And after 6 years now we won a cup. So here I am talking about gender inclusiveness, having done it all the way from school to date. I don't know that I have Manu fans here. Yay, at least we have some Manu fans. Thank you so much. And on to my presentation. And all this inclusiveness, we are here as WIRE and also Divers. And allow me to just introduce my presentation. Yes, so that is what we are here to do. And allow me to just introduce Divers. Divers is part of us. They're somewhere online. They are watching and celebrating as we are here representing them. Next slide, please. And this is what they do. Diversity and equal opportunities. We've all say that part of the challenges is that these opportunities are not equal. And Divers was formed in 2018, and it's working with social partners and private companies, business organizations, and especially institutions to promote market, especially in the Tvet labor market, which is really critical. Developing initiative, diversity methods, and working to create systematic change. We know we cannot just come and say, Daniel, come and be the plumber. The brass come and be the plumber. The systematic change has to be concluding. And the flagship projects involved is the Boss Ladies which empowers more than 365 female students, and it's currently engaged at 26 Danish Tvet institutions. I think we can give Divers a hand clap. On to WIRE. WIRE is not that WIRE you used to close. WIRE is Women in Real Estate. Next slide. Women in Real Estate, and we actually are a premier networking organization, and what we do is progress the women agenda, especially in the built industry. And our mandate is to create resources to structure and grow businesses, and how to advance one's career in the corporate world. We don't want someone to just reach an epitome. You don't want development. You want this lady to move. If she was a technician, how is she able to move on all the way to management? To be able to sit behind the desk and be in a position to actually make decisions as far as that is concerned. And in it, we've had, in the last, we've had 2 female presidents of ASK, and it's created a lot of presentations in the boards, which are really appreciative for. And also in this, we'll also help women to continue advocating for STEM courses, because we come and talk with them. We are women in the sector. We come and tell them it is doable. It can be done. On to the next slide. As part of gender inclusiveness, allow me to key into the statistics that we have. We've all mentioned the issues, the wife, the husband. Now statistically, this is according to UN. Women earn 16% less than men. I think that came out really strong in our discussions, and we actually been in a position to say, we can also say that women have 3/4 of the legal rights afforded to men. Because sincerely, I'm increasing the world. The same way you were born, I want to give birth. Now then I don't have a position. Now why? Just because I'm giving birth. This is part and parcel of nature, from the cows to the chicken. So 3/4 of men have actually suffered this. And it's not because of their own doing, just because they are men, they are women. And women spend about 2.5 times more, they spend 2.5 times more than men on unpaid care and domestic work. That's making sense? In domestic work, we're actually the ones 2.5 times. Those statistics are quite serious. And 15% of the men provide unpaid care, compared to 32% of women only. Because if I give birth, this child is crying. So they really just have to eat directly from my pocket. And 50% of women participate in the labor force, compared to 75% of that of men. And it's not because of our own doing. It's because of how we have to nurture. And you can attest with me that the moment a woman starts nurturing, even her career progression stalls. Because you're nurturing. But you wait, those kids are around 10. It takes another upward trajectory on the same. Because now she's focused, the kids can be able to be left with someone. But when she was breastfeeding, that was actually derailing her a bit. On to the next slide. So this is what we mentioned earlier as far as the informal employment, the vulnerable employment, and even the vulnerable workers are concerned. And these women fall in here. And you'll find someone will just open, just because they have a great skill set, but because they want to be with their family, they want to be with their children, they open a small informal sector, a small business, to be there and check on their kids once they come from school, they're in kindergarten. They just do something small instead of putting their skill set to work, just because they are nurturing. And for most of them fall under vulnerable workers, whereas they are low-skilled, low-paid jobs with little or no job security. And getting to create awareness and let them know that they can be able to do much more. And that is why we've even partnered with Build Her to be able to know that they can be able to move their skill set and become better people in the society. Next slide. UN. Vision 2030, all the SDGs. These are the UN guiding recommendations, and these are global. We are celebrating International Women's Day next week. So we are looking forward, and part of what UN, the guiding principles that it gives is that gender equality policy. We've all mentioned about policy in our issues. Women rights of association, we have WIRE, we have Divers, annual gender reporting, how they just get to report, and especially in our places of work, internalizing the gender equality, which is part of what we are here discussing. How are we able to know that this needs to continue being addressed day in, day out? Respect for reproductive health. I can't sensitize more on that. Influence of business partners. Your influence as a business partner is key. It actually can make the person get a job. Whether Daniel is going to be plumbing all his life, and Nabras is going to be just at home sitting, it all relies on the business partner. Innovative gender advocacy. If I'm going on maternity leave, who is there to complement my work? Can another lady come in? Because most times they don't get pregnant at the same time. And if they get pregnant at the same time, they don't go for maternity leave at the same time. So who is there to back me up? Who is there to come and stand in for me? And also when I come back, I'm not discriminated because I'm nurturing. The houses we are designing, especially as in the construction center, even the kind of washrooms that are being made, how are you including that in the design and promoting that both for the women and the men. DJ, gender champion. I don't know how many people have gender champions in their places of work. The show of hand. I know at least Kerry has. Yes, let me just show by a show of hand. A gender champion. We are all ladies. We need to. Awesome. That is part of what I do. I'm also a gender advocate, and we need gender champions in our workplaces. If you're going to identify one, we come and train them, we retrain them, we mentor them so that they're able to advocate for these same things that you've mentioned about. You could even be the one making that decision. But because that time you're genderly blind, you need the gender champion to come and remind you. You need to remove a bit of your gender blindness. And that is why we need to have the gender champions. What do? They give true information. They set up new things. They keep talking about the sanitary bins, things that at times we take for granted. And they help even knowing people's personal priorities and values. Because for me, believe you me, it will be very sad for an employer to deny a lady to take their child for clinic just because it's their clinic day. Yes? And yet when we were young, our mothers were gracious enough to take for us for the clinic day. So it comes a clinic day, it's been told in advance. So if you forget that as an employer, the gender champion comes and tells you, she recently had a baby, she's due for the 9th month jab. And then immediately the gender helps in putting the priorities at work. SBC. I think we can just read that aloud together. Social and communication. Exactly. SBCC. Social behavior change and communication. Change, communication. It is changing socially on a daily basis. And what it actually attributes in the key strategies of advocacy, social mobilization, and behavior change and communication. It changes year in, year out from millennials. Today in one workplace it's going to be different. In the next workplace it's going to be different. So there are so many adjustments that go on with SBBCC. But the strategies are the same. Communication will be in place, the advocacy will be in place, and the social mobilization is standard. I think these are things that we need to take back to our workplaces even as we go and actually be able to share with our team, because they are diverse. What you may be experiencing in Busia may be different from what is being experienced in Nairobi and vice versa. DJ? Gender analysis, micro level, meso level, micro level, and also the meta level. All these are the different levels of the analysis, and in the respect of time, allow me not to really go into the details of this. But these are part of the levels that are actually there in the gender analysis. Someone talked, what is a good gender responsive VTI? What is a good responsive gender company? What is it? People here from the union will come and highlight that with their words. But from us, we're going to look at it. What is it? How is it that they're responding to the gender issues? They may be articulated, probably very, but how sensitive are we to those particular issues? One of the things we talked about here are washrooms. We mentioned about the policies, the needs, the specific needs for boys and girls. Maybe what they need to do, the overalls that we are talking about. How gender sensitive are we, even as we continue with day-to-day basis, including when we're doing contracts. Even in how the contracts are given, how the assignments are given. When you're talking to someone who will not be able to lift, like what he was mentioning from the service team, they cannot be able to lift the speakers, but she can lift a wire. She can fold the wire. So what are the complementary roles that at least the wire is needed for the speaker, because the speaker will not work without the wire, or the microphone. She'll be able to also configure that. So just being gender sensitive on that. And then it also promotes respectful communication. Because there's a way you may talk to one gender, then the one person will maybe brush it off, and then the other ones, they internalize it. So how are you communicating from one gender to another? I know we're on bases in one or another, but you believe me, that really happens a lot. And the women, we are told, we keep piling and piling and piling, and the day just comes out like a Pandora box. So how are we going to go, even as we communicate between the gender? Policies cannot be reinforced enough. It keeps going from level to level and moving from stage to stage. The next. That is gender parity, and this is each gender being represented equally. I really like the remarks of the doctor when Dr. Solomon, when he was opening on the remarks, and they say they took 50-50. And it is true, when you look out there, you can see in the institution, you can actually see female students equivalent to the male students. I was looking, I think, on their dorm, and I could just see male, then I started saying female, female, female. And I was like, true, those statistics are very true. But that doesn't happen in all institutions. You'll find either, which we're also seeing even in our current government, they are talking about the two-third gender role. So this gender parity is just being that gender representation is equal. So even as we do our supervisions, as we do our giving of tasks, we just ensure that we have gender parity. That's a lady welder. I don't know how many of us would acknowledge or would accept lady mechanic to make your car. In the show and hand, lady mechanic to just make or check your car, and the rest no. Or to weld, to come and weld your nice windows in your house. That's a lady welder, and they do their work so well because they're also detailed. So the advocacy and the parity starts with us on a personal level. The other thing I may ask, would you accept your own child to go and do welding? Show of hand.
So thanks for that. the biases that we've discussed here in plenary are what we experience. And so for us, as mentioned, first we approach it from the perspective of we are here to address your pain points in the sector. So it's not even just about a woman, but it's about what are the issues you're experiencing in the sector. And then of course the biases come in. And so for us, at the end of the day, we're trying to explain the work we do in terms of preparing the artisan to step in and fill in those shoes and sort out the pain point. So we ask the employer, because actually there's an irony, because from the feedback you'll hear, oh, we actually like women. Women are detail-oriented. They are loyal. We get that kind of feedback. But then now when it comes to onboarding, there's a bit of reluctance here and there. But that said, there are those who actually are very eager to work with women, and so it's easier it's a more seamless process to get the women on sites. So basically for us, we say, this is how we've trained them. It's about responding to your demands. So just give them a chance. Open the door. Open the door, let her try, and we tell them, we try to make it flexible and say, once the artisan steps in, don't treat her as a woman. Don't see her as a woman. Just see her as one of your employees. See her as one of your workers. Hold her to your standards. Hold her to your regulations. Hold her to your requirements. And test her out. So we also actually ask for an evaluation period. We try as much as possible to get contracts signed. But then, again, as mentioned, with the challenges that we faced in the sector, sometimes getting those contracts signed is a challenge in terms of committing to actually a binding agreement. So at times we just have to discuss and agree on, okay, allow them to get their foot in the door, and let's agree on an evaluation period. Test them out. And if they don't meet your requirements, let's evaluate that. But just give them a chance. And then for us also, at that point when we're trying to get them or to discuss the terms of engagement, we're also trying to use tools for assessment. By the time we're trying to actually get the artisan on site, we've already tried to evaluate what is your evaluation criteria. How do these artisans report to you? So that even in the case of a challenge, then we have an understanding of the structure that we can follow up on to understand what the issues are. Because even those structures sometimes then become the challenges that we experience in the sector. Understanding who can she report to, what is the nature of the job or the work she's going to do, how is she going to perform, what's the kind of workflow, so that even she, as she enters, understands the requirements from you, the expectations from you as an employer. And sometimes those lines are gray, even at point of entry. So those are some of the scenarios I can give. There are many more, but those are some of the scenarios.
Sure. I really like that model, and especially of SGPV to able to embrace a female plumber. We've also seen that, especially in the motorcycle, where you find a lady who is maybe wants her kids to go to someone else, and are more comfortable giving her ladies to an Uber driver who is a lady. So I think those are some of the things that really need to come in handy, and we need to take advantage of them. And also for us, even as we embrace them, because we're not valuing them because of their gender, but valuing them because of their skill set. It's true. It's easier for me to maybe, like now you just said it, to just maybe address, talk to comfortably to a lady making my jacuzzi, and like a man, I need the CCTV's camera on and all those other things. But so those are very good selling points, and we need to highlight them and
use them to our benefit and to the benefits of the female skill set.
So there's a question here, or?
Yeah, thank you. It's just a concern. When you're talking about gender, I think we are like talking of either a male or a female. But I want to share an experience. When we were doing the selection for the beneficiaries for this project, there's that part that were supposed to fill like either they are male or female, and a good number preferred not to say, or they just did a stroke male, female. And that category of students probably were knocked out by the criteria. So how do we handle that?
For me, having that, right now in the current way of doing a CV, the digital CV, you do not declare whether you're female or male, because that's a digital CV. But for you, you're in an institution, and that was part of your trace study. So you are doing that because it was a recommendation. And I think that is part of what really needs to go down to the students and even to us. If it's something that is compulsory, put it comfortably. But if it's something that you don't really need to give out, just shield it. Because people have lost or gained because of either disclosing or not disclosing. It's unfortunate those students lost. But probably it's because they knew the new way of doing as a digital CV is not including specifying your gender. But even us here can attest, when we do Google Forms and we are filling in for registrations, they like to know you feel whether you're a female or a male. So they need to know whether it's an institution that is asking for those recommendations, that they give them graciously, because they either fall on either of the radar. Yes.
It was advocating for female students, more female students in the male fields.
Yes, like dominated courses.
Yeah. So it was somehow compulsory to state whether you're a female or a male.
And that field was mandatory.
Yes.
So when the field is mandatory, even us who are here, we just need to know we need to fill that kid. Because at times that's how some of these statistics are gotten. Yes. So you are doing that because it was part of the criteria of admission. But unfortunately, they lost it. So where they need to disclose, let them disclose graciously. Where they need to just not disclose, it's well and good. Thank you.
Okay, let's clap for her. Thank you very much. Very good. I think these discussions are very interesting. And one question is leading to another question like that. But it says that we are trying to stretch our minds, our thinking around the experiences. And of course, thinking how best can we go addressing the challenges in the implementation. So we have one more session, probably the last one of this morning section. And this one is graciously going to the union partners. They are going also to present something. And I hope we are not tired, are we? Anyone tired? No one. Let's do an exercise, a very simple one. Just stand up as I hope your presentation is ready. Okay. Now a quick one. This one is on testing our level of concentration at this point in time. In this heat variable versus food intake, digestion, and all that. So what you're going to do is a simple exercise of counting 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3. Charlotte is doing like this. So, but then while standing straight like this, yeah, so we are going to do where there is a 3 and a multiple of 3, okay? So you're going to count going in random like that, eh? So where there is a 3, we are going to be saying 1, 2, but where there is a 3, you don't say, you clap, okay? And you go back like this. So it's 3, 6, 9, 12, 13, like that, eh? 15. Yes, where there is a 3 or a multiple of. Now the instructions are clear, and it's not all of us saying, it's the person who, yeah, okay. So we are going to start with that table, yeah. Then moving on, if we succeed to go, then you move on to this table. But if you mess it, then we let you sit down. Your level of concentration. All right. So there we start going like that. With that table, then we come to this, then this one. Yeah. So that like that, then to Charlotte like that, then to him like this way, then like that. So this way, so that we follow the curve. If you manage to come all the way here, then we can come this side. Okay, are we ready? Yes. But otherwise, the hands are here. All right? Okay, the hands are here. And don't do this. Don't bring your hands here. You will have messed it. So we'll still ask you to sit down. Okay, jump us off. Now, why are we all clapping? No. And now, let me repeat the instruction bit. Let us not all clap. It's that person who is supposed to say three who is clapping. Then as we are remaining like that. So that it comes like that. Everyone will have a chance. Now we are not going to start with you. Let's start with him, the second one coming. No, it's continuous. Yeah, so who has missed it now? Okay, now let's start with him, number 3. You can sit. So you can sit. Let's start there, going like that, then we come this way. We start with Edda, like that, then we come this way. Yeah, 7. Let's start. Just start 1. We go. 4. Okay, sit down, please. This is very difficult.
Good afternoon. So my name is Selina Ngei. I'm an economist by profession. I work for the Central Organization of Trade Unions Kenya, what we all know as KOTU. So before we start, I would like to convey solidarity greetings from the KOTU fraternity, led by the able Dr. Francis Atuli, who would have loved to be here. Hopefully he'll be joining the cocktail session. Mmesalimika. And before I dive into the presentation, I would like to recognize the presence of my fellow trade unionists. We have the Kenya Building, Construction, Timber and Furniture Industry Employees Union, represented by Brother Eric. You can just wave. Then we have the Water Union, the Kenya Union of Water and Sewage Employees, represented by Brother Asa Chola. So that is the union representation that we have in this forum. Now I'll just go straight now to the presentation. This will basically give an overview of what KOTU Kenya does. And what KOTU Kenya does spills down, is cascaded to the affiliate unions that we have here, Kenya Building and Kenya Water. So when I speak of KOTU, I'm speaking of the affiliate unions. So who are we as KOTU? What comes to your mind when we say KOTU? But now I want to tell you what we do. KOTU Kenya is the national umbrella trade union. It was founded in 1965 upon the dissolution of the Kenya Federation of Labor and the African Workers' Congress. We have affiliation membership of 45 affiliate unions, which includes the 2 that are represented here and the 2 that are actively involved in the program. And our vision as KOTU is to be a premier umbrella trade union that champions for a decent and sustainable work environment. And how do we achieve that mission, that vision? Our mission is to protect safeguard and improve the welfare of all workers through social dialogue and effective representation. So what do we do as KOTU? KOTU prides itself in our ability to influence policy at the national level. And these are policies that are pertinent to the labor market, which is changing every day. So in line with our ability to influence policy at the national level, our mandate as KOTU is to protect, promote, and uphold decent work in Kenya. Now, there are 4 pillars of decent work. It's not in my presentation. The first pillar, and this is International Labour Organization Decent Work Agenda. The first pillar of decent work is promotion of productive forms of employment. We'll dive into that just shortly. The second one is protection of rights and freedoms of workers. The third one is social protection. And the fourth one is social dialogue. And it's what is encompassed down there, the rest of the slide. And why is skills development important for workers? Again, we refer back to the issue of decent work agenda. The title of this program is Future-Proofing Jobs in the Building Industry. And how do you future-proof jobs in a constantly changing world of work? We are talking of climate change today. Tomorrow we'll be talking about the African Continental Free Trade Agreement. How will that have an impact on the decent work agenda, the 4 pillars that I've just spoken about? And that takes us to the issue of just transition. Now, not in connection, I'll come to just transition in connection to climate change. Just transition is the ability to uphold the decent work agenda in the wake of a changing world of work. For example, technology is changing every day. We have the issue of globalization. How do we ensure that there is a smooth transition with the current workforce and the workforce that an employer intends to onboard in the future, so that there is some form of integration and cohesion in the way the employer's work is done by his current workforce and future workforce in terms of transitioning to adopt the new forms, for example, the new forms of, production, in terms of where employers have adopted new technologies in the market. In the agricultural sector, we have what we call mechanization, which is picking pace very fast. So if we do not do skill upgrading, reskilling for our workers, how then will we maintain our workforce in the wake of mechanization in the world of labor? So that is decent work agenda. So this just transition, this fair transition, talks about when we are transitioning to the new forms of labor that are emerging, are we still able to have our workforce access social security schemes? Are we still able to talk about our workforce having access to a minimum statutory wage? Will we still have effective representation in terms of social dialogue at the bipartite level between the management and the union, and at the tripartite level between, the government representative, Ministry of Labor, FKE, and KOTU as a representative of workers? So this is just our just transition, our ideal just transition. You're transitioning to a system where you're still able to access the elements of, decent work agenda. The second one I've just talked about, is a continuously changing world of work. We cannot run away from technology. We can only run as far as tomorrow. It's happening, it's coming. So the sooner we adapt to the changing technological world, and this our key interest as workers' representatives, how do we adjust? How do we adapt to the changing technological world? This happens through skills development. If you look at what we call the gig economy, the continental growth rate of the gig economy is at 20%. Gig economy is a major concern to workers' representatives, because one, it's growing so fast, and now we are talking about platform work. There's a lot that is happening around the issue of platform work. How is our workforce equipped to take advantage of the growing platform work? Have we equipped them with the skills to talk about that. Recently, we had a conversation around, the role of trade unions in trade and investment. We were deliberating on development of an e-commerce protocol in the African Continental Free Trade Agreement. And the issue that came up is the digital capability, the digital infrastructure, and the digital literacy among the continental workforce, in the continental workforce. And this applies to the Kenyan workforce. How is the digital infrastructure, the digital literacy for our workforce to be able to exploit, to take advantage of the growing gig economy in terms of platform work? So the other one is the issue of globalization. Globalization is a phenomena that turns in the labor world. This is a phenomena that will turn the global labor market into something like a global, labor village, a small village. There's a lot of interconnectivity. So if you're not up to speed with what is the trends in the globalization trends in the labor market, then you'll be left behind. And the only way to do that is to have the skills development conversation at the core of the employer's interest, of the government interest, and the workers' interest. The other thing is why skills development for workers is key, and I spoke about this in the morning. Is it perhaps time we had a paradigm shift from talking about a labor market to a skills market? If you look at a graph for demand and supply of labor, is it in Kenya, is it driven by skills? Yes, it is. So if what we are getting from the academia education, if what we are getting from the Tvet education is not what the industry is demanding, then who is going to hire them? So when we talk of a skills, driven market for labor, we are talking of producing, because as in the labor market, as workers, we are the producers of labor, and then the employers become the consumers of labor. So you have to match what the employers are demanding, what the consumers of labor want to consume. If you give them something different, they will not consume it. So if, as the workers' representative, our concern is to produce labor that matches what the consumers of labor in the labor market are demanding. And that is skills development for the Kenyan workforce. And then there is a just transition as a result of climate change. Climate change is taking over, and this term just transition in labor means that as a result of climate change, the workforce that is going to lose employment, or that their skills will be rendered not useful anymore, how do we still retain them in the labor market to ensure that they have access to the 4 pillars of decent work? Or in case they are thrown out of formal employment and they find themselves in an informal setting, how then do we advance the issue of decent work in the informal setting? So in line of why it's important to have skills development for workers, Kotu Kenya and its affiliates have developed, with the help, with the funding from DTDA, have developed what we call a skills strategic plan, which envisions a globally competitive workforce with relevant and sustainable skills for decent work and posterity. So that strategic plan talks about our concern in terms of the skills that our workforce have. Are these skills relevant and responsive to what is demanded in the market, what is demanded by the industry? And then number 2 is the quality of the qualifications they get from either the academia institutions or the Tvet institutions. I'm glad to say that Kotu is represented in the board of NITA, and also has representation in the Kenya National Qualification Authority, that is KNQA, so that, there's some form of integration between the qualifications we have at NITA and their certification. The other thing is accessibility The COTU is concerned about the accessibility, aspect of workforce development. Ensuring that all prospective learners and employees can access suitable information and training when and where it is required, including a specific focus on supporting access for disadvantaged and marginalized workers. Now, we have, at the employer organizations, we have the HR policies, but just to the team, is a policy binding or is it a guiding document? Yeah? Is it a binding document or is it just outlines policies, that have to be followed in order to achieve some goal? Is it binding? Policies are not binding. So what we do, especially the organizational policies, what we do as workers' representatives is try to anchor these policies into our CBAs, our collective bargaining agreements. Because when these agreements are signed, then they become a source of law and they become binding. So if we can anchor the issue of skills development, human capacity development at the organizational level, if we can anchor that in our CBAs, then it becomes binding and it becomes a mandate of the employer to invest in skills development of his workforce. The other thing is equity. This is ensure that skills development is fair to all without discrimination, regardless of one's educational background, age, status in society, disability, race, religion, or nationality. So this is, our concern is, can we have an equitable and inclusive skills development strategy? Skills development, cross-cutting with issues of race. Will you be discriminated because you have a disability? In this apprenticeship process, can employers onboard, persons with disability if they have not factored in the issue of reasonable accommodation in their organization? So such things are things that we consider we have taken into consideration in the skills development strategy for workers. Next slide, please. So the next slide on key considerations. So what is the role of trade unions in apprenticeships? The first thing we need to note is the definition of an employee in the Employment Act. And I was glad, I was just going through the NITA Act, and it has adopted the same definition of an employee, who is defined to include an apprentice. So the labor laws of the country have recognized apprentices as legal employees, and that sort of gives us a wider coverage, a wider CBA coverage. When we negotiate for CBAs at the organization level, that means if this apprentice are union members, then that CBA covers them. So, and the key thing is what we call the recognition agreement. If the employer organization have recognized that union as a representative of majority of the workers in that organization, then it gives us leeway to engage in collective bargaining negotiations, to negotiate for favorable terms and conditions of employment for permanent staff, and also including the apprentice. Next slide. The next slide after that. So the negotiating areas, one thing that has come out very clear in this discussion is that there's no formal engagement of apprentice. The CAPSEC did mention that, the engineer also mentioned that, and rates of pay is one area of negotiation. Since these persons are recognized in the Employment Act as legal employees, then it means that the statutory minimum wage cuts across and applies to them. And if you look at the parameters for, calculation of minimum wage, those parameters are cross-cutting to apprentices. And that's why it's very critical that we are keen on what, as employers, we are keen on what we pay to this apprentice. Then we have job role. Unions are keen to ensure that apprenticeships are real jobs with a productive purpose. The other one is a genuine opportunity. Apprenticeship should lead to genuine career opportunities in the workplace. Unions aim to ensure that apprentices get taken on as permanent employees following completion of the apprenticeship. The other one that Nibras talked about is additional training needs at the workplace. What happens in the academia, education, and the training institutions is not exhaustive. A lot more has to be done at the employer organization. Again, it's critical that employers invest in continued development of their workforce. Then we have the issue of occupational safety. Occupational safety is basically ensuring that the work environment is safe, free from hazards and accidents. And this is ensured through regular labor inspections, where COTU is actively involved and works in coordination with Ministry of Labor and the employer. Then we have occupational health, which is different from occupational safety. And these are hazards that could lead to health problems while you're still at work or even after you have left work. So we should be as employers, we should also be very particular about providing a healthy environment for our workforce. Lastly, we have the issue of equality, diversity, and dignity at work. And these trade unions stand for equality for all workers. And this is with particular reference to marginalized groups of persons. And these are women, youth, and persons with disability. And like I mentioned, with reference to persons with disability, employers should have what we call reasonable accommodation. So that when you onboard a PWD, a person with disability, what is the sort of environment that you're offering to them? Is it accommodative to them? In terms of, gender, women, that was discussed exhaustively by WIRE and Build Her. And lastly, unions negotiate and agree workplace policies with employers designed to prevent all forms of discrimination and harassment. Therefore, we have a monitoring role. And that's why we have persons we call shop stewards. And these are our representatives at the organization level. And they act to monitor what we have documented in the collective bargaining agreements. Thank you.
Thank you so much for the insights. Today we really managed to cover the whole process, apprenticeship process, from all aspects. Now also having the points from the unions and talking about this whole process from the workers' point of view, the apprentices' point of view. So it's really been very fruitful discussions and inputs, and I hope you all enjoyed it. We are not wrapping up yet because we have a very last task. No more presentations, but a very last discussion, which I personally believe is one of the most important ones, because everything that will be said now is what we will take on with us. We've noted all of your great points throughout the day, but now I want you to assist us as partners in this project. Where do we go from now? If you can think of all the inputs we got today and all the impressions you got from the presentations, union side, from my side, from Build Her side. We had some great inputs from 3F. Looking at that and reflecting on that, what do you think should be done from now? And it could be maybe some small practical recommendations, maybe some more direct recommendations, but we would love to hear the very last for the very last discussion, if you have anything specific you want us to take with us, because all of this we will definitely take, But maybe if we need to boil it down to practical matters, what should happen from now? So this is not a group discussion or anything. This is just raise your hand, give inputs. The mic will go around, and it's okay to repeat something that has already been said, but it's just what you personally believe and what you personally taking from today's workshop. Yes, anyone? I know you're running out of energy. I understand it's getting warmer in the room, but I would love to have some of your inputs, recommendations, because this is now you have the opportunity also to help us shape the outputs for this project. So, anyone? Okay, I will take a different approach then. Let's do it this way. And this one you all have to answer. I want you to reflect on one thing you as a person can do differently from today based on all the inputs you got. What have you been inspired to do as a person? Not on a big structural level, not on company level. You as training institution representatives, as union representatives, as supervisors from companies, what is something you will take with you? What is something, because the whole day we have been pointing at each other, and that was on purpose. That's good. But now we want to reflect on one thing you can do. And I will let the microphone go around, so everyone will need to answer this question. You can get 30 seconds to reflect, but then we will have everyone mention at least one thing they will do differently from today. So, let's see where we start. We always start from here. Let's start from this end now. So, build her. Let's from that corner. Oh, sorry. No worries. I'll just walk around with it. It's fine.
My name is David from Rangawata. I think my take home today is I need to be an agent of change in terms of gender mainstreaming champion in my own small way, so that I also stop stereotyping, and probably where I can be able to assist to make sure that we're able to be a bit more accommodative in our own small way. I think there are those things. I have identified some gaps in our institution, which I feel some are doable. They don't really need to have, of course, if there is a policy which is there, I agree, but there are things that issue of probably, do we have like facilities for both ladies and women? In terms of job, am I discriminating when I'm issuing duties to my juniors? So yeah, I think I've taken a lot, just to mention just a few. Yeah.
Thank you so much. It's great to hear. You just.
Good evening. Elliot Barasa from the Sham Limited. I can say that apprenticeship is more of mentorship, and we need to encourage the apprenticeship students to at least complete. So as supervisors, I think we need to be equipped with more of leadership and mentorship skills so that we can assist our young brothers and sisters to achieve the required skills in the market.
Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Athanas Maganga, representing Tvet Water and Sanitation. My take home for today is that now that I've known the difference between apprenticeship and the normal attachment which we have been doing, I will try to start for myself to copy the, where applicable, the Danish system to interview for, so that we can build young men and women into good citizens who can provide and give back to the community and to the company which we are working.
Have you also been inspired? Now, I'm just make me reflect. Have you also been inspired as a company representative to reach out to maybe get more curious about the local institutions that are around you? How can you you know, I will ask the same question when we reach the training institutions, but have you been encouraged more to reach out?
Yeah, I've been encouraged, and in fact, it will be my task to go and maybe visit the institution around and advise them on why we need to do maybe some like interview before sending them the attaches or the representatives to our company, to make sure that they understand what they coming to do to the company and not waste their time.
That's great to hear. Thank you so much. Pass it on.
Thank you. The journey of 1,000 miles begins with a single step. And I think this emphasis still on partnerships, working together continuously. We agree there are barriers in the sector, but for me, it's still just that relentless effort to keep going and working together, because the more we interact like this, we realize even afresh additional partnerships we can create, additional collaborations to move this ship forward. As mentioned, yes, the barriers exist, but beyond that, as long as we keep on working together to really just use very practical approaches and learn from each other, we'll go forward. Because ultimately, where there's still resistance, you'll still find champions. And so it's important for us just to keep going. And again, also just continuing to refine. For us, like I said, it's always about learning, refining, iterating, readjusting. So even just appreciating like the pre-onboarding procedures you spoke about, or the buy-in from the top at national level, to get what has remained as a policy implemented. I think it's important for us to keep going, because ultimately we can get there, and just by working together. So, yeah.
Thank you so much. I will pass on. Yeah. You are also answering.
Okay, thank you. I think there's been lots of learning today. For me, I feel like there's so much that we can pick from today's workshop. Top is in my head is like, how do we now move forward in this project when it comes to the internships? What tools do we need that are lacking in the workplaces that we need to introduce to them immediately? So we need to actually walk the talk on gender. So lots of lessons also. And also my thinking is on how do we work with partners to be more inclusive.
Millicent.
Thank you. My take is that this bit of having a consultant or liaison officer to reach out to the industry will be good for us at the training institution to be able to get quality.
So I also have borrowed some good ideas from Denmark about the pre-boarding model approach, like the implementation of formal agreements with our apprentices and creating JDs before they go for the trainings. Thank you.
Thank you so much. You can just pass on the mic.
Okay, good evening again. What I've learned, one is the importance of gender mainstreaming within our organization. That came out clearly from, I think, 2 presentations. And then as an employer, they need to have an apprentice handbook so that, when the apprentices are coming to work, there's something to guide them in whatever they're doing. And the other thing is that there's need to create a good working relationship with all the partners in order to enhance and to improve also on service delivery, and also for apprentices to be able to do their work well. And also that working relationship within the institute, between the employer, the union, and everybody that is involved. Thank you.
Thank you so much. If you can pass it on here.
Yes, what I've learned today is on the success of the Danish Tvet model, it's based on social partnership in a way that we shouldn't work in silos, or else we are going to duplicate efforts. Just as how it was presented earlier, we have seen they have the labor market consortium, where there is the 3F, DTDA, and DI. So even in Kenya, we can have KOTU, we can have employers, we can have other social partners moving from not only the ordinary issues of CBEs and minimum wages, but we can also move to address skill gaps. That's going to be very successful.
Thank you so much. Our Tanzanian partner also here to get some know-how, because we will actually do the same workshop in Tanzania. So that's great. Yes, Millicent?
Yeah, thank you, everyone. I've enjoyed every conversation in the room, and it has been very insightful. For me, my take home is we have a role to ensure that we lobby with the government to have a better policy or better implementation system when it comes to apprenticeship, because I know the partners who are represented here, they are very focal when it comes to skills development. NITA, KEWI, KOTU. I think we have a role from today to move forward and see how best now we can work with line ministries that we are working with in this project to influence the policies for apprenticeship. And finally, Selena, next time when you're doing solidarity greetings, kindly extend them to the employers as well. On a light note, thank you.
I can just pass on this microphone here.
So my takeout today is that the topic of skills development is, like my brother from Tanzania said, is not an individual action. It calls for collectiveness. Because, for example, if I talk about it as a representative of workers and the employers are not talking about, the government is not talking about it, then it's already bound to fail. That idea will fail at inception. So if we work collectively, there's a lot more we can do. The government has policies in place for this. It has integrated the issue of skills development in Vision 2030. It's very clearly outlined in Medium-Term Plan 4. The document will come out in January. We have the county integrated development plans, some which have incorporated the issue of skills development. So if we can find a way to harmonize all these policies so that every relevant stakeholder, we are all speaking in the same language, then there is a lot more that we will achieve.
Also, just a note, it's so great that you also highlight the takeouts, but also, again, just remember what you, as an individual, what you want to do differently from today. Thank you so much, Zina, for your great input. Yes.
Okay, good evening. Once again, my take as an individual personally shall be offering mentorship to the young engineer within the sector at my capacity as supervisor.
That's great. Thank you.
Thank you. Other than our daily routine of recruitment, retaining, and advancing the rights of workers, all members in our sector, we are now talking about productivity. We're talking about green transition. We're also talking about gender awareness and sensitization. As a union, we can't do that alone. As my colleague have just said, social dialogue. That's what we need to do and to have more and over. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
So, good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Yes. My take home is on inclusivity, especially accommodating women to the workplaces, and equality.
Thank you so much.
For me, my greatest take home is first being able to network with all the stakeholders, which is really important, and also appreciating the fact that we have a working model in the Danish sector, and being integrated to the Kenyan side is just a replica of that model. And the green transition is very key, especially in the building sector. And when you continue to work now from here to the field and seeing all these collaborations being put to work, I'm sure we have a sustainable future as far as the jobs are concerned. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Okay, good afternoon. All.
Good afternoon.
I take home is that I give budget as opportunity to show themselves and especially women, not looking for the product or profit very much, but to allow them, especially ladies, to show what they can do. Secondly, to include in our facilities, gender sensitive facilities like feeding rooms and also center facilities so that we can make our working places good places for ladies. Thank you.
Thank you so much. That's really great to hear. Yes.
Good afternoon. My take home is institutionalizing the apprenticeship concept so that we have proper structures in the organization that will guide how does the institution now walk along that so that it does not die after now such a program has gone away.
Exactly. The sustainability of the takeouts is really keen. So thank you for noting that.
This is us again here. Now, one thing that has come out clearly today that I really appreciate is that I've been able to draw a line between an apprentice, an intern, and also to understand what it means going through industrial attachment. One thing I know that has been confused, and there is a little bit of generalization. When you talk about an apprentice, many of them have been understanding it like an intern. If I look at our system, and that is one thing I'm going to do like yesterday, to go to the office and interrogate what the Employment Act is talking about apprentice and how do we bring it, how to draw a line. Because I think that generalization is bringing confusion. And when you talk about an apprentice, I'm thinking about our casuals. I'm thinking about people who are coming from the education sector and going direct work. And then they learn through the process of doing the practical work. If you look at our system, they're not integrated in the learning circle. They're not integrated. So what do? I want to interrogate, understand it, and make even the employers also understand when it comes to apprentice, when it comes to issues of casuals, because it's a very big constituency. But before we understand it properly, we will not be able to tackle it properly. So I think my task here is to first go and understand it deeply and see what does the Employment Act, the 7 laws that are guarding employment in Kenya, what do they say about an apprentice? Yeah.
That's insightful. Thank you so much.
Okay, good evening. I think I've taken a lot of points at home because I've really learned a lot throughout this discussion. And one thing that I want to really look upon is about the relationships that we need to really create amongst ourselves, the employees, the institutions, just for us to be able to help those who are coming out of those institutions so to be able to embrace the market and be able to achieve or grow their career. And then the issue of mentorship, that I really need to do a lot of work. I know I've been doing a lot of work in terms of mentoring some of the students. I'm glad that I was a student in Kenya Water Institute, and I'm glad to be back in this place because I really like following up on some students, especially those who come to a place in terms of attachment. So when you have that connection, you really be able to really mentor a lot. So the issue of mentorship, I think, really, as companies or as employers, we need to really embrace it, because as much as Atakama, that person is not going to stay in that on your company for a long time. He's going to grow in his career or her career. He might be taken somewhere else, or he might go to another company, but you have grown somebody who is going to be of value in the market. Another issue of internship. I have a challenge with the issue of internship because of the timelines that is given. You say that maybe below 2 years after school. Now I look at the gap that is there, because you find there are so many students who have left college who are beyond 2 years, what can be done unto them so that they are also able to get experiences, or hands-on experience in the companies or in other organizations. So that is a question. And the last one is the issue of gender inclusiveness, which I've really gathered a lot from our sister who did the presentation, that we really need to really do a lot. And I would wish that even if we can create awareness, especially in our institutions, or not just institutions, but our companies, because that's where the challenges are. And especially on the top level management, to be able to embrace it, because at our level, sometimes you find that you are fighting issues that you cannot make decisions. So awareness has to be created. And then on the issue of apprentice, okay, that word is really hard.
It's not an easy word. No, I know how you feel.
I would wish also the issue of awareness, because I look at where I come from, I can be sure that in the next 3 to 5 years we'll be having short of 10 employees because of retirement. So I'm looking at if these organizations can embrace this program, we'll be now creating a very good team to come and work in the company.
Exactly.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. Really good points.
Good evening. My name is Evan Sang from Nzoia Water, Tanzania. I think my take home today is that it's good to have a proper communication structure that trickling down from the training institution, the trainee himself, and the employer. That's my take home today.
Thank you so much.
Good evening. I'm Eric Isali from Eco Conglomerate Limited. So today I've learned that we need to work together and to give opportunity to ladies and to gentlemen. You know, like our company, we focus only on gentlemen. We don't give opportunity for ladies. But today I've learned that we need to give both ladies and gentlemen.
Thank you so much.
Good evening.
Yeah.
Stephen Onyang from Somas Engineering. I have learned that how we can develop our skills.
That's really great to hear. That was the last remark. Is there anyone missing? No? I think maybe myself. I would like, as a wrap-up, also to tell what I have noticed needs to be done as partner in the project. I think what I have learned from today, based on all of your feedback, is that, let's say, on a company training institution level, practical level, there is perhaps a need of guidelines, forms that can inspire the companies, on the company side, inspire the companies. How do we onboard? How do we pre-board? What are the questions in a good conversation? Actually, the same things that we have developed for Danish companies, try to see how they can be done in a Kenyan context, how they can be structured to the local context here. I think that would be, my impression is that would be very useful. Maybe also in these guidelines include the gender component, and by including the gender component, focusing on how can you make your workplace appealing for females? How can you also make females aware of, hey, you can come and apply for an apprenticeship position at our company. We are not going to reject you, because maybe many of the females, they don't even want to go there because they know that, well, this is a workplace only for men. We'll probably get rejected in advance. So my takeout is that they could be a great use of practical guidelines that will be then distributed by our employer organizations present here. They will be the ones responsible for also sharing this knowledge among their members, helping them when it comes to these guidelines. On a high level, I definitely think there is a need to, in the project, also be aware of, we have the communication-wise, what can we do? Can we work on strengthening advisory boards on the institutions? Like we have the local boards in Denmark, we will have to maybe institutionalize the communication between the companies and the training institutions. Of course, it can really help to have the apprenticeship consultants, but what can we do as a part of this project as piloting? Can we make a pilot with a advisory board at a training institution, let's say at NITA? Maybe there already is something similar to this, but maybe include some of the companies here. And I'm sure that we will all meet again. This is not a one-time session because we will stay in touch, and I'm sure I am aware that many of the companies represented here today are actually some of the companies who has been with us in the project from the beginning, and who will perhaps also take some of the students that we have enrolled in this project. So it could be great, again, my own opinion, if these guidelines were available for you as companies before we start the attachment period, because then we can test it out. Try to pilot all of this together, because we are not the only partners here, us with the logos on the PowerPoint. You're all partners in this project. And I hope for you, because we are doing the cocktail meeting in a bit, where all of you are also, of course, invited. But these sessions has been like sitting on the table, listening, doing some workshops. I hope that for you now, you would like to walk around, exchange cards, exchange information, and stay in touch, because I think it would be very, very useful. And of course, now you know us, all of us partners. Reach out to us anytime. If you have any suggestion, we are here and we are open. So I'd just like to thank all of you. Daniel, if you also like to join me on the stage, or actually just get the microphone for the closing remarks. From my side, thank you so much. It has been so insightful. I've learned so much about the Kenyan context that I was not aware of. And I definitely think that is useful for our work, continuing work in this project. And hopefully also sustain, which is the most important part, how do we sustain our takeouts so we can continue with them after the project ends. Thank you so much from my end. I'll pass it over to Daniel.
So let's clap for Nibras. Not much to say, because also we want to observe time. Yes. But just to thank you very, very much for turning up for this workshop. We are very grateful for your inputs. It could not have been the way it was without you. So count yourself very important in what we have discussed today and what will happen after here. We don't intend to stop it at this point. We are going to continue on with these discussions and see how to take forward the lessons that are coming out of this workshop. So thank you very much. I really appreciate every one of you. So clap for yourself. Don't you think you deserve a clap? Some people are not clapping for themselves. Okay, clap for the other person. I want to end with one joke about this partnership we have that I got from one of us seated here. You know, we are so many, as we were introduced, so many partners behind it, that one day, and because the workshop has been, of course, made about the internship, courtesy of DI, Nibras for that matter, there's someone who asked me one day, is Nibras a person or an organization in this partnership? Okay, now today they know. So what we are going to do, we are going to walk downstairs. The students, beneficiaries are waiting for us. We are going to interact with them, take a group photo, interact with them, get to learn what they are doing. If they have any challenges, you can interact with them. While we do that, we are also going to set up this venue so that at around 4:30, we are back here for the next session. You know, we have a cocktail, we have other guests coming in. We want to start immediately to the next session. So welcome, let's walk down the stairs. Thank you very much.